10 disturbing signs. You're surrounded by fake people and how to deal with this problem. In a world filled with social connections, it's easy to mistake proximity for authenticity. Yet, some of the most harmful relationships in our lives come disguised as friendships. These individuals, whom we might call fake people, are not always overtly toxic. Instead, they erode trust and authenticity in subtle but destructive ways. They prioritize appearances, manipulate emotions, and often pursue their self-interest at the expense of others. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, keep company only with those who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best self. Why does recognizing fake people matter? It's not just about avoiding discomfort. These relationships can drain our mental energy, corrode our self-esteem, and distract us from meaningful pursuits. When we allow insincerity to linger in our lives, we compromise our peace of mind. Marcus Aurelius emphasized the importance of maintaining our inner tranquility by choosing carefully whom we let into our circle. He wrote, "The tranquility that comes when you stop caring what they say, or think, or do, only what you do matters." Spotting fake people is about reclaiming this tranquility. The purpose of this article is to help you identify the subtle yet disturbing signs of fake people in your life. Armed with this awareness, you can take purposeful action to protect yourself and nurture relationships that reflect mutual respect and authenticity. In doing so, you align yourself with the Stoic ideal of living a virtuous life, where your energy is channeled toward what truly matters, becoming the best version of yourself and fostering meaningful connections. Recognizing fake people isn't about fostering suspicion, but about practicing discernment. By learning to spot these toxic behaviors, you take a powerful step toward living a life of integrity and emotional freedom. 1. Excessive flattery that feels insincere or manipulative. Flattery, when sincere, can uplift and inspire, but when it's used as a tool for manipulation, it becomes a trap. Fake people often shower others with excessive praise, not to express genuine admiration, but to disarm or manipulate them. As Seneca observed, "A flatterer is a friend who is your enemy in disguise. Their words may feel good in the moment, but their intentions are rooted in self-interest." Consider a colleague who constantly praises your work in meetings, but later undermines you to superiors, or a friend who compliments your appearance excessively, but expects favors in return. Their compliments feel hollow, as if they're saying what they think you want to hear, not what they truly believe. This behavior often reveals a lack of authenticity and a desire to manipulate your emotions for their gain. Stoicism teaches us to value truth over comfort. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one." In the same vein, it's crucial to seek relationships built on honesty rather than superficial praise. When someone's flattery feels disproportionate or self-serving, pause and question their motives. True friends will offer encouragement grounded in sincerity, not manipulation. To protect yourself, focus on cultivating a strong sense of self-worth that doesn't depend on others' approval. When you value yourself for who you are, you become less susceptible to the allure of empty compliments. Instead, you'll recognize the deeper worth of those who support you with honesty and integrity. 2. Talking behind your back, but acting friendly in person. Few things are as damaging to trust as discovering that someone speaks poorly of you when you're not around. Fake people often maintain a facade of friendliness while sowing discord behind closed doors. This duplicity can leave you questioning your perception and doubting the authenticity of your relationships. Picture a co-worker who greets you warmly every day but criticizes your efforts to others, undermining your reputation. Or a friend who listens to your struggles only to share them as gossip in another circle. These actions reveal a fundamental lack of respect and loyalty. As Epictetus cautioned, First, learn the meaning of what you say and then speak. Stoic wisdom reminds us to guard our peace by aligning ourselves with those whose actions match their words. Marcus Aurelius advises, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." This is a powerful reminder to value truth over appearances. When faced with a two-faced individual, don't internalize their behavior as a reflection of your worth. Instead, recognize it as their failure to live virtuously. To address this, cultivate direct and honest communication. If you suspect someone of speaking behind your back, confront them calmly and assertively. A genuine person will respond with accountability, while a fake one will deflect or deny. Build relationships with those who value integrity and let go of connections that lack mutual respect. 3. Disappearing. When you need support, but showing up during your successes. True friends stand by your side through both triumphs and trials. Fake people, however, have a pattern of vanishing when the going gets tough, only to reappear when there's something to gain. Their loyalty is conditional, tied to how your circumstances benefit them. As Seneca noted, adversity is the truest touchstone of friendship. Imagine reaching out to someone during a personal crisis, only to be met with silence. Later, when you achieve a milestone or success, they're the first to show up, eager to share in the spotlight. Their behavior reveals a lack of genuine care. They value what you can offer them, not who you are. Stoicism teaches us to accept hardships as part of life's natural ebb and flow. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't be surprised. Everything in life is but what you make it." Similarly, the presence of fake people during difficult times shouldn't surprise you. Instead, let it sharpen your discernment. To protect yourself, pay attention to who remains during challenging moments. These are the people who value you unconditionally. Limit your emotional investment in those who disappear when you need them most. By focusing on authentic relationships, you free yourself from the disappointment of unmet expectations and align with Stoic principles of self-sufficiency and resilience. 4. Constantly competing with you or one-upping your experiences. A hallmark of fake people is their inability to celebrate your successes without feeling threatened. They often turn every conversation into a competition, diminishing your achievements to elevate their own. This behavior reflects insecurity and a need for validation at your expense. As Marcus Aurelius wisely stated, "Be content with what you are and wish not for what you are not." Imagine sharing an exciting promotion only to hear, "That's nice, but when I was promoted, it was to an even higher position," or discussing a personal milestone only for them to immediately share a bigger accomplishment. Their focus isn't on you, but on how they can outshine you. Stoicism reminds us to focus on what is within our control, our own actions and thoughts. Comparing yourself to others or allowing their comparisons to affect you only leads to unnecessary suffering. As Epictetus taught, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Recognize that their behavior stems from their own struggles, not your inadequacy. To deal with these individuals, disengage from the competition they create. Avoid trying to match their one-upmanship and instead redirect the conversation to topics of mutual interest or genuine connection. Surround yourself with people who celebrate your successes as much as their own. By aligning with those who uplift rather than compete, you cultivate a community rooted in mutual respect and shared joy. 5. Showing little interest in your life unless it benefits them. Fake people often display selective interest. They'll engage with you only when they have something to gain. Conversations with them feel transactional, not mutual, leaving you feeling used rather than valued. Seneca captured this dynamic perfectly. Associate with people who are likely to improve you. Picture a friend who rarely asks about your life but becomes highly attentive when they need advice resources, or connections. Once their needs are met, their interest in you quickly fades. This lack of reciprocity reveals their self-centered motives and undermines genuine connection. Stoicism teaches us to cultivate relationships based on shared virtue, not utility. Marcus Aurelius advises, "Waste no more time on arguing what a good man should be one." True friends invest in your well-being because they care, not because they expect something in return. To address this, observe how others respond when you share your joys and struggles. Authentic friends will engage out of genuine interest, while fake ones will either redirect the conversation to themselves or lose interest. Limit your investment in relationships that lack reciprocity and focus on building connections with people who value you for who you are, not what you can provide. 6. Using gossip or lies to manipulate others' opinions about you. Fake people often rely on gossip and deceit to manipulate others' perceptions of you. They spread half-truths, twist facts, and sow seeds of doubt to undermine your reputation. This behavior reflects their insecurity and lack of integrity. As Epictetus said, "The soul that is enslaved to its passions is tossed by the waves." Consider a co-worker who subtly criticizes you to your boss while maintaining a friendly demeanor toward you. Or a friend who spreads personal information you shared in confidence to create drama. These actions are not only hurtful, but also indicative of someone who lacks the moral character to build trust. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of aligning with people who practice virtue. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Fake people often fail this test, and their behavior reveals their character more than it damages yours. To protect yourself, avoid engaging in gossip yourself. By maintaining your integrity, you ensure that their lies hold less power. Confront manipulative individuals calmly and directly when necessary, but don't allow their actions to pull you into a cycle of negativity. Instead, focus on building relationships with individuals who value honesty and transparency. By doing so, you reinforce the Stoic ideal of a life rooted in virtue and resilience. 7. Fake apologies that lack sincerity and accountability. A fake person's apology is often a hollow performance designed to save face rather than make amends. They may say, "I'm sorry you feel that way," deflecting responsibility, or apologize simply to move past the issue without addressing the root cause. As Seneca observed, "What need is there to weep over parts of life? The whole of it calls for tears." A fake apology underscores the pain of insincere relationships. Consider a friend who dismisses your hurt feelings with, "I didn't mean it like that, but if it upset you, sorry." Their words lack genuine remorse or a commitment to change. Such apologies fail to repair trust or strengthen the bond. Instead, they reveal a deeper unwillingness to prioritize mutual respect and growth. Stoicism teaches us to value actions over words. As Marcus Aurelius advised, "Waste no more time talking about what a good man should be one." A sincere apology involves acknowledgement of harm, accountability, and a genuine effort to change. Fake apologies fail this test, revealing the person's lack of authenticity. To address this, don't let empty words pacify you. Respond by calmly expressing what you need from an apology, such as accountability and change. If the person continues offering insincerity, it may be time to reevaluate the relationship. Surround yourself with individuals who value integrity and are willing to take responsibility for their actions, as these are the foundations of meaningful connections. 8. Mimicking your behavior or interests to blend in or gain favor. Fake people often mimic your mannerisms, hobbies, or preferences to gain your trust or approval. While imitation can be flattering when rooted in admiration, it becomes unsettling when it's used manipulatively. Epictetus warned, "Know, first, who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Fake people, lacking this self-awareness, adopt others' identities to mask their own insecurities. Imagine a co-worker who suddenly shares your interests, or a friend who starts dressing, talking, or behaving just like you. At first, this might seem like a coincidence, but over time, it becomes clear that their mimicry is a strategy to gain acceptance or leverage. Stoicism teaches us to value authenticity above all. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be yourself, the world will adjust." Genuine relationships are built on mutual respect for each other's individuality, not on forced conformity. To protect yourself, observe whether this person also mirrors others or shifts their behavior depending on who they're with. If their mimicry feels manipulative, create boundaries and focus on authentic connections. Encourage others to embrace their true selves by doing so yourself. When you align with people who value individuality, you foster a community of authenticity and mutual respect. 9. Emotionally draining interactions with little reciprocity. Fake people often engage in relationships that feel one-sided. They may lean on you for emotional support, but disappear when you need help. Interactions with them leave you feeling drained, as they take far more than they give. As Marcus Aurelius noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Fake people disrupt this quality by monopolizing your emotional energy. Consider a friend who constantly unloads their problems on you but dismisses your struggles or changes the subject when it's your turn to talk. Their behavior demonstrates a lack of empathy and reciprocity, hallmarks of an insincere relationship. Stoicism reminds us to guard our inner peace by avoiding unnecessary emotional burdens. Epictetus advised, "He who is not satisfied with a little is satisfied with nothing." Fake people often demand more of your time and energy than they're willing to return, leaving you perpetually unsatisfied. To address this, set clear boundaries. Limit the time and energy you devote to relationships that feel draining. Seek connections with people who offer emotional support and balance. By focusing on these authentic relationships, you can preserve your emotional well-being and create a network of mutual care. 10. Prioritizing appearances and status over genuine connection. For fake people, appearances often take precedence over authenticity. They prioritize how things look over how they feel, valuing social status and public image more than meaningful relationships. Seneca's words remind us of the folly in this. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. Fake people's obsession with appearances stems from their own insecurities, not genuine value. Imagine a friend who only spends time with you in public, ensuring they're seen with you at social events but avoiding deeper, private conversations. Or a colleague who flatters you in meetings but ignores you otherwise. Their actions are about optics, not connection. Stoicism teaches us to focus on substance over form. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Be satisfied with what you have and accept the present moment." Genuine relationships thrive on mutual understanding and shared values, not superficial displays of success or popularity. To protect yourself, recognize when someone's actions are more about performance than connection. Prioritize relationships that value honesty and depth over appearances. Surround yourself with people who see your worth beyond status or social clout. By doing so, you align with the Stoic ideal of living a life grounded in authenticity and virtue. Solutions and how to protect yourself. Recognizing fake people in your life is only the first step. The real challenge lies in protecting yourself from their toxic influence while fostering authentic connections. Stoic wisdom offers practical strategies to navigate these challenges with clarity and resilience. 1. Identify and limit interactions. Epictetus reminds us, the key is to keep company only with people who uplift you, whose presence calls forth your best. Once you identify fake people, consciously limit your exposure to their negativity. This doesn't always mean cutting them off completely. Sometimes, especially with co-workers or family members, that's impractical. Instead, create emotional boundaries. For example, avoid sharing personal details with those who have betrayed your trust and engage with them only when necessary. 2. Communicate directly and assertively. Fake people often thrive on ambiguity, so clear, assertive communication can disarm their tactics. If someone exhibits toxic behaviors, address it calmly and firmly. Marcus Aurelius advises, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. Approach conversations with compassion, but stand firm in expressing your boundaries. For instance, if a friend constantly gossips, tell them, I'm uncomfortable discussing others this way. 3. Build a strong support system. A community of authentic, supportive individuals is a powerful antidote to the effects of fake relationships. Seek out people who align with your values and demonstrate loyalty and empathy. Seneca encourages us to associate with people who are likely to improve you. Invest your energy in these relationships and let them reinforce your sense of belonging and self-worth. 4. Practice self-care and emotional resilience. Fake people can drain your emotional reserves, making self-care essential. Marcus Aurelius advises, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Focus on activities that nurture your well-being, such as journaling, meditation, or engaging in hobbies that bring you joy. Strengthen your inner world so you rely less on external validation. 5. Seek professional guidance when necessary. If fake people have caused significant emotional harm, don't hesitate to seek help. A therapist or counselor can provide tools to navigate these challenges and help you heal. Stoicism doesn't mean handling everything alone. It encourages wisdom in seeking the right resources for growth and recovery. By following these steps, you align with the Stoic principle of cultivating a life rooted in virtue and authenticity. You not only protect yourself from the influence of fake people, but also pave the way for deeper, more meaningful connections. Identifying fake people in your life is not about fostering distrust, but about practicing discernment to protect your peace and well-being. Stoicism reminds us that our inner tranquility depends on the quality of our relationships. As Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By removing toxic influences and nurturing genuine connections, you create space for growth, resilience, and joy. Recap the signs. Excessive flattery, duplicity, emotional one-sidedness, and a focus on appearances are just a few of the red flags to watch for. Recognizing these behaviors allows you to limit their impact and make room for relationships that truly matter. Remember, you are the guardian of your own well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with people who may improve you and welcome those whom you may improve. Surround yourself with people who uplift, challenge, and inspire you. Finally, embrace your self-worth. You deserve relationships built on trust, honesty, and mutual care. By fostering authenticity in yourself and others, you not only protect your emotional health, but also build a life of deeper meaning and connection. Take this wisdom to heart and let it guide you. Your time and energy are precious. Invest them wisely. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to like the video. It really helps spread this message to others who might need it. Subscribe to the channel for more insights on relationships, personal growth, and wisdom inspired by timeless philosophies. And of course, if you think someone in your life could benefit from this, don't hesitate to share it with them. Your support means the world and helps us continue creating content that empowers and inspires. Thank you for being part of this community, and remember, always choose authenticity and protect your peace. See you in the next video. Ten alarming signs you're in a toxic relationship and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever paused to question why a relationship meant to bring joy and fulfillment leaves you feeling drained, unappreciated, or even trapped? Relationships should nurture our spirit, not weigh it down. Yet, some connections become chains that erode our mental, emotional, and even physical well-being. These are toxic relationships, a silent thief of happiness and peace. A toxic relationship is not defined by occasional conflicts or misunderstandings, which are natural in any bond. Instead, it is one where the negatives far outweigh the positives, leaving you feeling lesser, controlled, or emotionally battered. As the Stoic philosopher Seneca once remarked, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." But toxic relationships blur this line, turning your life into a constant state of turmoil. Why is it so difficult to recognize toxicity? Because love, or what we think is love, clouds our judgment. We tell ourselves stories to justify the pain. They'll change, or maybe I'm too sensitive. These rationalizations only deepen the cycle of harm. The purpose of this article is to shine a light on the subtle and not so subtle signs of toxicity, empowering you to confront what may be one of the hardest truths you'll ever face. But take heart, acknowledging a toxic relationship is the first courageous step toward reclaiming your peace. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By the end of this journey, you'll not only be able to identify these harmful patterns, but also learn how to take purposeful action to protect yourself. Remember, choosing to prioritize your well-being is not selfish. It is the highest act of self-respect. Your worth demands it. 1. Lack of appreciation or gratitude. A healthy relationship is built on mutual appreciation, a recognition of each other's efforts, qualities, and presence. In a toxic relationship, however, gratitude is often absent. Your contributions go unnoticed, your sacrifices are taken for granted, and your partner behaves as if your presence is an entitlement rather than a privilege. The Stoics believed in cultivating gratitude as a cornerstone of a virtuous life. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you arise in the morning, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love." A relationship devoid of appreciation violates this principle, reducing what should be cherished to something mundane or overlooked. Lack of appreciation can manifest in many ways. Your efforts to nurture the relationship might be ignored, compliments might be scarce, or your kindness might be met with indifference. Over time, this lack of recognition drains your energy and erodes your sense of worth. You might begin to feel like nothing you do is ever enough. To identify this, reflect on how your partner responds to your actions. Do they acknowledge your efforts, or do they brush them aside? Do you feel valued, or does it seem like your contributions are expected without acknowledgement? The solution lies in reclaiming your self-worth. Gratitude begins with yourself, appreciating your own efforts, qualities, and resilience. As Seneca advised, begin at once to live and count each separate day as a separate life. Recognize that you deserve a relationship where your presence and contributions are celebrated. If appreciation is consistently absent, consider whether this relationship aligns with the respect and gratitude you deserve. True love doesn't take you for granted. It sees you, values you, and cherishes the privilege of your companionship. You deserve nothing less. 2. constant criticism and blame. One of the most telling signs of a toxic relationship is relentless criticism and blame. It's not constructive feedback meant to help you grow. It's a constant barrage of negativity that chips away at your self-esteem. You hear phrases like, "You're always wrong," or "This is your fault." Over time, you start to internalize these words, doubting your worth and blaming yourself for problems that were never yours to solve. Stoic wisdom reminds us that our true value lies within, untouched by external opinions. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Yet, in a toxic relationship, the incessant criticism can make it feel impossible to hold on to this truth. Your partner's words can feel like a relentless storm, wearing down even the strongest walls of self-assurance. This cycle of blame often comes with your partner refusing to take accountability. When everything is always your fault, there's no room for mutual growth or understanding. Imagine trying to sail a ship where only one person is tasked with navigating, patching leaks, and rowing. It's bound to sink. To recognize this sign, pay attention to how you feel after interactions. Do you leave conversations feeling belittled or emotionally battered? Do you apologize even when you know deep down that you've done nothing wrong? Breaking this cycle requires the courage to see it for what it is, an imbalance of respect. The Stoics teach us to focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, our reactions, and ultimately our choices. When faced with constant criticism, remind yourself, "My worth is not dictated by someone else's opinion. I am more than their words." Recognizing this is the first step toward reclaiming your self-esteem and your peace. 3. Lack of trust and constant suspicion. Trust is the cornerstone of any healthy relationship. Without it, love becomes a battlefield where suspicion and accusations reign. In a toxic relationship, you may find yourself constantly under scrutiny, your texts monitored, your whereabouts questioned, your actions second-guessed. The trust you hope to build feels like sand slipping through your fingers. Seneca wisely stated, "It is the power of the mind to be unconquerable." Yet, constant suspicion can make even the strongest minds waver. When your partner treats you like a suspect instead of a confidant, it creates an atmosphere of paranoia, not love. You begin to feel like you're walking through a minefield, afraid that one wrong step might spark another accusation. This lack of trust often has nothing to do with you, and everything to do with the insecurities of the other person. But their distrust becomes your burden, a weight you carry every day. Instead of focusing on growth and connection, you're trapped in a cycle of proving your innocence. To identify this, reflect on how often you feel the need to explain yourself. Are you defending harmless actions or tiptoeing around accusations that have no basis in reality? Trust, once broken, is difficult to rebuild, especially when suspicion becomes the default state of your relationship. The Stoics teach us that we must act in alignment with our values, regardless of others' doubts. If your actions are honest and your intentions pure, then you owe no one an endless justification. Ask yourself, am I living authentically, or am I conforming to avoid conflict? If the latter, it's time to acknowledge that this lack of trust is not yours to fix. As Marcus Aurelius advised, waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be one. You deserve a relationship where trust flows naturally, not one where it is endlessly questioned. 4. Emotional manipulation or gaslighting. Few things are as damaging as emotional manipulation, particularly gaslighting. This tactic distorts your reality, leaving you doubting your perceptions and even your sanity. It begins subtly. "That never happened," or "You're overreacting." Over time, these remarks escalate, creating a warped reality where you question your own experiences. The Stoics emphasize the importance of reason and clarity. Epictetus taught, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. In the case of gaslighting, the manipulator's goal is to provoke self-doubt, robbing you of the mental clarity Stoicism values so deeply. Emotional manipulation can look like playing the victim, turning situations around to make you feel guilty for asserting your needs. It's when your partner uses your fears, vulnerabilities, or emotions against you, leaving you feeling powerless and unmoored. To recognize this sign, ask yourself, do I often feel confused or unsure about what really happened during an argument? Do I feel guilty for expressing emotions or boundaries? If so, you might be entangled in the web of manipulation. The way out begins with grounding yourself in truth. The Stoics remind us to rely on reason over emotion. Write down your experiences as they occur. Record what was said and how you felt. This journal becomes your anchor, a reminder that your reality is valid and not subject to someone else's distortion. Remember, manipulation thrives on control. By reclaiming your perception of events, you take the first step toward breaking free. As Seneca advised, no man is free who is not master of himself. Trust your reason, hold on to your truth, and recognize that no healthy relationship requires you to abandon your sense of self. 5. Excessive control. Control is not love. True love fosters freedom, encouraging each partner to grow as an individual while supporting the union. But in a toxic relationship, one partner often seizes control, dictating decisions about who you see, what you wear, how you spend your time, or even what you think. What may start as seemingly innocent concern, "I just want what's best for you," quickly becomes suffocating dominance. The Stoics remind us to distinguish between what is within our power and what is not. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Excessive control from a partner seeks to strip away that power, leaving you feeling dependent and powerless. Control can manifest in financial restrictions, emotional manipulation, or isolation. Your independence becomes a threat to their authority. You might hear things like, "Why do you need anyone else when you have me?" Or, "You can't do that, it's not safe." To identify this, reflect on how much autonomy you truly have. Are your decisions your own, or do they require approval? Do you feel compelled to act against your better judgment just to avoid conflict? Breaking free from control begins with reclaiming your autonomy. Set firm boundaries and assert them, even if it feels uncomfortable. The Stoics teach that true strength lies in self-governance. By choosing your own path, you reclaim the freedom that control seeks to suppress. As Epictetus said, "No one is free who is not master of himself." You have the right to make choices that align with your values, free from fear or coercion. A healthy relationship empowers both partners. It never seeks to dominate one. 6. Isolation from friends and family. A toxic relationship often isolates you from the very people who would help you recognize its harm. Your partner may discourage or outright prevent you from maintaining connections with friends and family, claiming they don't understand us or they're a bad influence. Over time, this isolation creates a dangerous dependency on the toxic partner. The Stoics understood the importance of a supportive community. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man is made for cooperation." A loving relationship enhances your connections with others. It doesn't sever them. Isolation, however, fosters control, leaving you without external perspectives that could help you see the truth. This tactic can be subtle. It might start with guilt tripping. "Why do you need to go out? Am I not enough?" Or it can escalate to outright forbidding contact under the guise of protection or loyalty. As your world shrinks, you may feel increasingly alone, cut off from the people who once brought you joy and support. To identify this, consider how your social life has changed since the relationship began. Do you feel guilt or anxiety when spending time with loved ones? Are you avoiding people because it's easier than dealing with your partner's reactions? The path forward requires courage. Reconnect with your support network, even if it feels difficult at first. Share your experiences with those you trust and let them remind you of the person you were before isolation set in. The Stoics teach us to act in harmony with reason and virtue, and that includes maintaining the bonds that nurture our well-being. As Seneca advised, associate with those who will make a better man of you. Seek out relationships that uplift you, not ones that isolate you. True love expands your world. It never narrows it. 7. Disrespect for boundaries. Boundaries are the foundation of a healthy relationship. They protect your individuality and ensure mutual respect. In a toxic relationship, however, boundaries are not just ignored, they are outright disrespected. Your partner might invade your personal space, read private messages, or dismiss your right to say no. These actions send a clear message: your autonomy is not valued. Stoicism teaches us the importance of personal sovereignty. As Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When someone continually disregards your boundaries, they undermine your freedom and sense of self. This erosion can leave you feeling helpless, as if your preferences and needs hold no weight. Disrespect for boundaries often manifests as entitlement. Your partner might say, "If you love me, you wouldn't hide things," or "I know what's best for you." This manipulation creates guilt, making you feel as though asserting your boundaries is selfish or unreasonable. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel uncomfortable setting limits with my partner? Are my boundaries dismissed, minimized, or met with anger? Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect, where no is honored without question. The path forward begins with clarity. Clearly define your boundaries and communicate them assertively. If they're met with resistance, recognize this as a red flag. The Stoics remind us that we cannot control others, only ourselves. Protect your boundaries with the resolve of someone who values their self-respect. As Marcus Aurelius advised, be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. While tolerance has its place, it does not mean tolerating disrespect. Guard your boundaries fiercely. They are a reflection of your self-worth and an essential shield against toxicity. 8. Lack of support or empathy. In a thriving relationship, partners are each other's greatest supporters, celebrating victories and offering comfort during challenges. In a toxic relationship, however, empathy is absent and support feels conditional or non-existent. You may feel like your struggles are dismissed, your goals minimized, or your emotions invalidated. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of mutual understanding and compassion. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" A toxic partner, however, lacks this self-awareness and instead prioritizes their needs over yours. This lack of empathy can manifest in subtle ways. When you share your feelings, you might hear, "Why are you making such a big deal out of this?" Or, "You're always so dramatic." Over time, these dismissive responses make you feel invisible, as though your emotions are a burden rather than something to be embraced. To identify this, ask yourself, does my partner show genuine interest in my well-being? Do they listen without judgment? Or do they dismiss my feelings as unimportant? A lack of empathy creates a one-sided relationship where your needs are neglected. Rebuilding your confidence starts with acknowledging your inherent worth. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, our actions and our responses. If your partner refuses to support you, redirect that energy inward. Build your resilience and seek empathy from those who truly value you. As Seneca advised, it is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor. If your partner's lack of empathy leaves you emotionally starved, it's a sign to seek abundance elsewhere in relationships that nourish your spirit. 9. Feeling drained or insecure. A healthy relationship should leave you feeling uplifted and secure. If instead you feel emotionally drained or plagued with insecurity, it's a sign that something is deeply wrong. Toxic relationships are exhausting because they demand constant emotional labor without offering the reassurance or support you need. Stoicism teaches us to guard our peace of mind. Epictetus said, "No great thing is created suddenly," reminding us that true contentment takes time and effort. But if a relationship consistently erodes your sense of self, it's not building greatness, it's tearing it down. Feeling drained often comes from being caught in cycles of conflict, manipulation, or neglect. You might feel like you're giving everything without receiving anything in return. Insecurity can arise when your partner's actions make you question your worth, leaving you vulnerable to doubt and fear. To recognize this, reflect on how the relationship affects your well-being. Do you feel more confident and at peace, or does it seem like the relationship takes more than it gives? Pay attention to your energy levels and your internal dialogue. Both are key indicators of your emotional state. The way forward is to prioritize your well-being. Engage in practices that restore your energy, like meditation, journaling, or spending time with supportive people. As Marcus Aurelius advised, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. Redirect your thoughts towards self-care and self-worth, and consider whether the relationship aligns with your values. Remember, a relationship should be a partnership, not a source of perpetual struggle. Protect your peace as fiercely as the Stoics protected their principles. 10. Physical or verbal abuse. Physical or verbal abuse is the clearest and most alarming sign of a toxic relationship. Any form of harm, be it physical violence, threats, or demeaning language, violates the fundamental respect every person deserves. Abuse is not a mistake or a misstep. It is a deliberate act of control and harm. The Stoics teach us to value our inherent dignity. Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Abuse convinces you that you are unworthy of respect, trapping you in a cycle of fear and submission. But this is a lie, a distortion of your true value. Physical abuse often begins subtly, with minor incidents that escalate over time. Verbal abuse, too, can be insidious, cutting remarks, insults disguised as jokes, or yelling that leaves you shaken. Both forms of abuse are designed to undermine your confidence and instill fear. To recognize this, ask yourself, do I feel safe in this relationship? Do I flinch at their words or actions? Safety, physical, emotional, and mental, is a non-negotiable right, not a privilege. The path forward requires courage. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety above all else. Seek help from trusted friends, family, or professional organizations. As Marcus Aurelius advised, do not be ashamed of needing help. You have a duty to fulfill the demands of your nature. Your nature demands safety, respect, and love. Abuse is never your fault, and staying in such a situation is not a stoic act of endurance, it is self-harm. Choose your well-being. Choose to step away. Because, as the Stoics remind us, you cannot live a virtuous life if you are not free. Solutions and steps to take. Recognizing the signs of a toxic relationship is a brave and essential first step. However, awareness alone isn't enough. Purposeful action is required to reclaim your peace and happiness. As the Stoics teach, we must focus on what is within our control, our thoughts, choices, and responses. Here are practical steps to guide you toward liberation and healing. 1. Self-reflection. Start by taking an honest inventory of your relationship. Are you sacrificing your well-being for the sake of maintaining the bond. Write down your experiences, emotions, and patterns of behavior in the relationship. Seneca reminds us, you must know for which harbor you are headed if you are to catch the right wind. Clarity is the first step toward transformation. 2. Open communication. If it feels safe, express your concerns to your partner calmly and assertively. Use I statements to focus on your feelings without triggering defensiveness. For example, I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored. However, remember Marcus Aurelius's wisdom. Waste no time arguing about what a good man should be one. If your concerns are met with dismissiveness or hostility, it may confirm the toxicity. 3. Seek support. Don't face this journey alone. Reach out to trusted friends, family, or a therapist for emotional and practical support. As Stoics valued the power of community, so should you. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "We are made for cooperation." Sharing your struggles can bring clarity and strength. 4. Set boundaries. Clearly define what behaviors you will no longer tolerate. Communicate these boundaries firmly and enforce them consistently. Boundaries are not ultimatums, they are acts of self-respect. Epictetus advised, know first who you are and then adorn yourself accordingly. Protect your values and sense of self by standing firm. 5. Consider exiting the relationship. If toxicity persists, prioritize your safety and explore the possibility of leaving. Prepare an exit plan if needed, especially in cases of abuse. Leaving is not failure, it is an act of courage and self-love. The Stoics believed in living in accordance with nature, and no one is meant to thrive in an environment of harm. Self-care. Tips for healing. Post-relationship, focus on rebuilding your confidence and resilience. Practice mindfulness to ground yourself in the present. Pursue hobbies or activities that bring joy and meaning. Remember, as Seneca taught, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. Use this experience as a stepping stone for growth. Toxic relationships challenge us, not just emotionally, but on a deeply personal level. They test our boundaries, self-esteem, and our ability to recognize what we truly deserve. But as the Stoics remind us, adversity can be a teacher. Marcus Aurelius said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Recognizing and addressing toxicity is not just an act of survival, it's an act of profound self-respect. Remember, every individual deserves a relationship built on mutual respect, trust, and love. The pain of acknowledging toxicity is temporary, but the growth and freedom it fosters are lasting. By taking purposeful action, whether through setting boundaries, seeking support, or leaving the relationship, you are choosing to honor your worth. Your journey toward healing may not be easy, but it will be transformative. As Epictetus taught, difficulties show what men are. Each step you take toward a healthier, happier future is a testament to your courage and strength. You are not defined by the toxicity you've endured, but by the steps you take to reclaim your peace. Choose yourself. Choose your happiness. Choose a life that aligns with the dignity and worth you inherently possess. The path forward is yours to walk, and it begins with one brave decision. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up. It really helps more people discover this important message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel so you can join us in exploring more wisdom that empowers and uplifts. And if you know someone who could benefit from this wisdom, share this video with them, because everyone deserves a relationship built on respect, trust, and love. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. 10 terrible signs you shouldn't trust your own family. and how to deal with this painful problem. Family, where life begins and love never ends. Yet, the same relationships that bring us love and comfort can sometimes be our greatest sources of pain. Family bonds are often idealized as safe havens, but when trust is broken, the emotional fallout can be profound. Trust is the invisible thread that holds families together, creating a foundation of security, mutual understanding, and emotional well-being. Without it, even the closest relationships can unravel, leaving behind feelings of betrayal and disillusionment. Why trust matters in families. Trust within families fosters open communication, mutual respect, and unwavering support. It's the bedrock upon which strong, loving relationships are built. When trust is present, family members feel safe to share their vulnerabilities and celebrate each other's triumphs. However, the absence of trust can lead to toxic dynamics, fostering feelings of resentment, anxiety, and isolation. Betrayal or persistent dishonesty doesn't just affect the individual, it ripples through the family, eroding the collective sense of security. This video explores the importance of recognizing red flags in family relationships that might signal deeper trust issues. Identifying these signs can empower you to address toxic patterns, protect your emotional well-being, and foster healthier connections, even in challenging circumstances. 1. Consistent dishonesty. Trust is the foundation of any healthy relationship, and this is especially true within families. When family members are consistently dishonest, it shakes the very core of these bonds. Dishonesty in a family isn't always about monumental lies. Sometimes it's the accumulation of smaller, persistent untruths that creates an environment of mistrust. Over time, this behavior erodes the sense of safety and reliability that should define familial relationships. Imagine a sibling who hides financial struggles, repeatedly downplaying the severity of their situation until it spirals out of control and impacts everyone involved. Or consider a parent who withholds important family information, such as health concerns or financial difficulties, under the guise of protecting others. These actions may be well-intentioned, but the result is often confusion, frustration, and a breakdown of trust. Dishonesty also breeds insecurity. It leaves family members second-guessing each other's words and intentions, creating an atmosphere of suspicion. When you can't rely on someone to tell you the truth, it becomes nearly impossible to confide in them, let alone depend on them during challenging times. Ultimately, consistent dishonesty signals a deeper issue, a lack of respect for the relationship and for your right to transparency. Addressing dishonesty requires courage and a commitment to open communication. It may involve confronting the family member in question, setting boundaries, or seeking external support, such as therapy, to rebuild trust. While rebuilding trust is possible, it requires mutual effort. Being honest, even when the truth is uncomfortable, strengthens relationships, proving that love and trust go hand in hand. In contrast, persistent dishonesty only serves to alienate and distance, leaving the relationship fractured and fragile. Recognizing and addressing this red flag is essential for fostering authentic and lasting family connections. 2. Manipulative behavior. Manipulative behavior in family relationships is a subtle yet deeply damaging dynamic. It often disguises itself as care or concern, but gradually erodes the autonomy and emotional well-being of its target. Manipulation can take many forms, including guilt-tripping, shaming, or emotional blackmail, and it thrives in the close-knit environment of family where emotions run deep. Imagine a parent who uses financial support as leverage to dictate your choices, such as your career, where you live, or whom you marry. The message becomes clear: their help comes with strings attached. This creates an unhealthy dependency and makes you feel trapped in decisions that don't align with your authentic desires. Another example could be a sibling who constantly plays the victim, exaggerating their struggles to garner your sympathy and attention while ignoring your boundaries and needs. The harm in manipulative behavior lies in its ability to distort relationships. Instead of being built on mutual respect and understanding, these relationships become transactional, with one person always exerting control. This dynamic can lead to feelings of resentment, frustration, and helplessness. Recognizing manipulation starts with identifying patterns. Do you often feel guilty after interacting with a particular family member? Are you pressured into decisions that make you uncomfortable? These are signs that manipulation may be at play. Addressing manipulative behavior requires setting and enforcing boundaries. Clearly communicate what you will and will not tolerate. For example, you can say, "I appreciate your input, but I need to make this decision on my own." If manipulation persists, limiting interactions or seeking professional guidance, such as family counseling, might be necessary. Remember, genuine family support empowers rather than controls. Healthy relationships allow space for individuality and growth, fostering a foundation of love and mutual respect free from manipulation. 3. Betrayal of confidence. Betrayal of confidence is a profound violation of trust that can leave lasting scars in family relationships. Trusting someone with personal information or feelings is an act of vulnerability, and when that trust is broken, it shakes the foundation of the bond. Families are meant to provide a safe space, but when private matters are shared without consent, it undermines the very essence of that safety. Consider a scenario where you confide in a family member about a difficult situation, such as a relationship problem or a personal failure, only to later hear it repeated to others during a family gathering. Not only does this violate your privacy, but it also exposes you to judgment and embarrassment from people you didn't choose to share with. The sense of betrayal can lead to feelings of isolation and hesitation to open up in the future. The damage caused by a breach of confidence is often amplified in families because of the emotional closeness involved. It creates a ripple effect, eroding trust not only in the person who betrayed you, but in the family dynamic as a whole. To address this issue, it's essential to set clear boundaries, express how their actions have hurt you, and emphasize the importance of keeping private matters confidential. For instance, you might say, "When I share something personal, I need to know it stays between us." If the behavior continues, consider limiting what you share with that individual. Building or rebuilding trust takes time and consistency. Both parties must be committed to respecting boundaries and nurturing a culture of discretion. A family should be a source of comfort, not fear of betrayal. Protecting your emotional well-being may require difficult conversations, but it's a necessary step toward preserving meaningful relationships. 4. Financial exploitation. Financial exploitation in families often disguises itself as a harmless request for help, but can quickly spiral into a pattern of manipulation and misuse. Families are expected to support one another, but when financial assistance becomes a recurring demand or is given under false pretenses, it creates an unhealthy dynamic of dependency and mistrust. Imagine a relative who frequently borrows money, promising repayment but never following through. Over time, this pattern not only strains your finances, but also leaves you feeling used and disrespected. In more extreme cases, financial exploitation can involve subtle coercion, like a family member guilt-tripping you into giving them money or resources they don't genuinely need. The emotional toll of financial exploitation is significant. It fosters resentment, disrupts family harmony, and can make you hesitant to offer help in genuine cases of need. It also sets a harmful precedent where boundaries are ignored and one-sided expectations dominate the relationship. Addressing financial exploitation requires assertiveness. Clearly communicate your boundaries, such as stating, "I can't lend you money anymore, but I'm happy to help you budget or find resources." Sticking to these limits can be challenging, especially if guilt is leveraged against you, but it's necessary for maintaining healthy relationships. In some cases, professional guidance may be beneficial. Financial counseling or mediation can help navigate these sensitive situations without escalating tensions. Remember, supporting family doesn't mean tolerating exploitation. Healthy family dynamics should respect each member's autonomy and well-being, including their financial stability. 5. Lack of support during crises. Families are often seen as a pillar of support during life's most challenging moments. However, when family members fail to show up emotionally or physically during crises, it signals a troubling lack of reliability. This absence can leave you feeling abandoned and questioning the strength of your familial bonds. Picture a situation where you're going through a medical emergency or a significant life upheaval, such as losing a job. You expect your family to rally around you, but instead, they prioritize their own needs or dismiss the gravity of your situation. For instance, a sibling who chooses to ignore your request for help, or a parent who offers superficial support instead of genuine assistance. This lack of care not only exacerbates your struggle, but also creates emotional wounds that are hard to heal. The impact of this neglect extends beyond the immediate crisis. It fosters resentment and a sense of imbalance in the relationship, as you realize the support you offer may not be reciprocated when you need it most. Over time, this dynamic can erode the trust and intimacy that families are meant to provide. To address this, communicate your needs clearly during difficult times. For example, say, "I really need your support right now. Can you help with this specific task?" If support remains absent, reassess the relationship and consider leaning on friends or professional networks that can provide the care you need. While family support is invaluable, it shouldn't be your sole source of help. Building a broader support system can alleviate some of the pressure and prevent disappointment. Ultimately, healthy family dynamics are rooted in mutual care and reliability, not selective support based on convenience. 6. Frequent gossiping. Gossiping within families might seem harmless at first, but it often creates divisions and mistrust over time. When family members discuss your personal life or struggles with others behind your back, it can feel like a betrayal of confidence and respect. Gossip often distorts facts, exaggerating situations and amplifying conflicts that could otherwise be resolved privately. Imagine discovering that a sibling has been sharing details about your financial struggles or personal challenges with extended family members, framing them as juicy tidbits for entertainment rather than respecting your privacy. This not only damages your reputation, but also undermines your trust in that person. Over time, you may begin to question whether your conversations are safe or if they'll become fodder for the next family gathering. The effects of gossip extend beyond individual relationships. It creates an environment of insecurity where family members hesitate to open up, fearing that their vulnerabilities will be exposed. This atmosphere disrupts the open communication and support that families should foster. To address gossip, confront it directly but calmly. Let the person know how their actions have affected you by saying, "I value our relationship, but I feel hurt when private matters I've shared are discussed with others." Setting boundaries about what you're comfortable sharing and with whom is critical. Over time, you may need to adjust your expectations of those who engage in gossip and limit your disclosures to them. Instead, prioritize relationships within the family where trust and mutual respect are evident. Healthy family dynamics thrive on confidentiality, empathy, and understanding, not on spreading rumors or creating unnecessary drama. 7. Dismissal of boundaries. Respecting boundaries is fundamental in any relationship, but it's especially crucial within families. When boundaries are ignored or dismissed, it creates tension and conflict, as well as a sense that your needs and autonomy are not valued. This can manifest in many ways, from emotional intrusions to physical overstepping. Consider a parent who enters your home uninvited even after you've asked them to call beforehand. Or a relative who dismisses your parenting choices, constantly criticizing how you raise your children despite your repeated requests to respect your methods. These actions, though sometimes framed as care or concern, signal a lack of respect for your individuality and decisions. The dismissal of boundaries often stems from a power dynamic where one person feels entitled to dictate or interfere in your life. This can lead to frustration, resentment, and a breakdown in communication. When your boundaries are routinely ignored, it also becomes harder to trust that person with more significant aspects of your life. To handle this, clearly communicate your limits. For instance, say, "I appreciate your concern, but this is a decision I need to make for myself. Please respect that." Consistency is key. Enforcing boundaries each time they're crossed reinforces their importance. If the behavior persists, you may need to limit interactions with the person or seek external support, such as counseling, to mediate the situation. Healthy families respect each other's autonomy and choices, understanding that boundaries are not barriers to love, but foundations for mutual respect. 8. Favoritism or unfair treatment. Favoritism within families can deeply wound relationships, creating feelings of inadequacy, resentment, and alienation among those who are overlooked. While families are expected to nurture and celebrate each member equally, showing clear preference for one individual over others undermines these values and can fracture familial bonds. Imagine a parent who consistently praises one sibling's achievements while neglecting or even belittling another's efforts. Over time, the overlooked sibling may begin to feel unworthy, questioning their self-worth and value within the family. Similarly, unfair treatment can manifest in how responsibilities are distributed. One child may shoulder more family duties, while another receives privileges without contributing equally. Favoritism often stems from unconscious biases or cultural norms, but its impact is long-lasting. It not only strains the relationships between siblings, but can also affect the connection between parents and children. The child who feels neglected may withdraw emotionally, fostering a cycle of miscommunication and misunderstanding. Addressing favoritism requires courage and honest dialogue. If you're the one affected, share your feelings respectfully but assertively. For instance, you might say, "I've noticed that my efforts often go unacknowledged and it makes me feel undervalued." For parents or family members, becoming aware of unintentional biases and making conscious efforts to treat everyone equitably is essential. In situations where favoritism persists, despite efforts to address it, focusing on your personal growth and seeking support outside the family can help maintain emotional balance. Healthy families thrive on fairness and inclusivity, where every member feels seen, valued, and equally loved. 9. Emotional or physical abuse. Emotional or physical abuse within families is one of the most devastating breaches of trust and safety. While families are expected to be a source of love and protection, abusive behaviors shatter that expectation, leaving victims feeling vulnerable, isolated, and unworthy of love. Abuse can take many forms, from harsh words and constant criticism to intimidation and physical harm. Imagine a relative who consistently demeans you with insults or undermines your self-esteem by pointing out perceived flaws in front of others. Worse, consider a family member who uses physical aggression, throwing objects, grabbing you forcefully, or threatening harm to assert control during disagreements. These behaviors are not only damaging in the moment, but can have long-lasting effects on your mental and emotional health. The harm caused by abuse often leads to self-doubt, anxiety, and depression. It creates an environment of fear where open communication and trust are impossible. Victims may also struggle with guilt or confusion, feeling trapped by cultural or societal expectations to maintain family unity at all costs. Addressing abuse starts with recognizing it as unacceptable, no matter the context. If you're experiencing abuse, prioritize your safety and well-being. This may mean seeking support from trusted friends, counselors, or advocacy organizations. Establish boundaries and, if necessary, create physical or emotional distance from the abuser. Breaking the cycle of abuse is challenging but essential for healing. It requires bravery to confront the issue, seek help, and, in some cases, walk away from toxic relationships. Healthy families nurture, protect, and uplift their members, making it crucial to demand and uphold an environment free from harm. Everyone deserves to feel safe and respected in their family. 10. Refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but how it's handled determines whether it strengthens or weakens the bond. In families, a refusal to acknowledge or address conflicts often leads to unresolved tensions and lingering resentment. When issues are ignored or swept under the rug, they don't disappear. They fester, eventually erupting in more significant, damaging ways. Consider a family member who consistently avoids discussing past grievances, shutting down conversations with phrases like, "Let's not dwell on the past," or "It's not a big deal." While this avoidance may feel like keeping the peace, it prevents meaningful resolution and understanding. For instance, unresolved arguments about financial responsibilities or personal boundaries can create ongoing frustration, silently damaging relationships. This refusal to engage in conflict resolution sends a message that your feelings and concerns don't matter, eroding trust and mutual respect. It also perpetuates a cycle where similar issues arise repeatedly, each time compounding the emotional toll. Addressing this requires open communication and a willingness to confront uncomfortable truths. Initiate conversations with a calm and solution-focused tone, saying something like, "I'd like to talk about this issue so we can move forward and strengthen our relationship." If the other party remains resistant, consider involving a neutral mediator, like a family counselor, to facilitate productive discussions. Resolving conflicts doesn't mean erasing disagreements. It means understanding each other's perspectives and finding common ground. Healthy families prioritize growth and connection by facing challenges together, fostering an environment where conflicts are opportunities for deeper understanding rather than sources of division. Solutions: how to deal with these painful problems. 1. Setting and enforcing boundaries. Boundaries are essential for maintaining healthy relationships, especially in families where emotions and expectations often run high. Setting clear boundaries communicates your needs and ensures that interactions remain respectful and balanced. However, enforcing boundaries requires consistency and courage, especially if family members are resistant or dismissive. For example, if a parent frequently criticizes your parenting style, you can establish a boundary by calmly saying, "I understand you have advice, but I prefer to make my own decisions regarding my children. Please respect that." The key is to be firm yet respectful, avoiding emotional confrontations that might escalate tensions. Enforcing boundaries might also involve limiting certain topics of discussion. If a relative often brings up sensitive or triggering subjects, you can redirect the conversation or politely state that you're not comfortable discussing that matter. While setting boundaries may initially create discomfort or pushback, it ultimately fosters healthier dynamics. It teaches family members how to interact with you in a way that respects your emotional and physical well-being. Remember, boundaries are not about creating distance, but about ensuring mutual respect. They allow for deeper, more meaningful connections by establishing a foundation of trust and understanding. Over time, consistent boundary setting helps shift unhealthy dynamics and promotes a more balanced and fulfilling family relationship. 2. Seeking open communication. Open communication is the cornerstone of healthy family relationships. It involves expressing your thoughts, feelings, and concerns honestly while creating space for others to do the same. When conflicts or trust issues arise, addressing them directly, yet constructively, can pave the way for resolution and deeper understanding. Start by choosing an appropriate time and setting for conversations. Avoid discussing sensitive topics during emotionally charged moments. Instead, approach the discussion with a calm demeanor and a willingness to listen. For instance, you might begin by saying, "I've noticed some tension between us, and I'd like to talk about it so we can move forward together." Active listening is crucial. Give family members the opportunity to share their perspectives without interruption or judgment. Validating their feelings, even if you disagree, can create a sense of mutual respect. For example, saying, "I understand why you feel that way, and I want to work with you to find a solution," can de-escalate potential conflicts. If emotions run high, consider using I statements to express your concerns without placing blame. For example, "I feel hurt when my boundaries are ignored," is more effective than "you always disrespect me." Open communication doesn't guarantee immediate resolution, but it lays the groundwork for mutual trust and empathy. Over time, these conversations strengthen family bonds and create a culture where concerns can be addressed without fear of judgment or dismissal. In cases where communication remains difficult, seeking the guidance of a family therapist can help facilitate productive dialogue. Healthy families thrive on open communication, where every member feels heard, valued, and understood. Taking the first step to initiate these conversations shows courage and a commitment to fostering positive relationships. 3. Seeking professional help. Sometimes family dynamics become so strained or complicated that resolving issues independently feels impossible. In such cases, seeking professional help, such as therapy or mediation, can provide a neutral and supportive space for addressing deep-rooted issues. Professional intervention is not a sign of weakness, but a proactive step toward healing and rebuilding trust. Family therapists are trained to identify toxic patterns and facilitate open, constructive communication. For instance, in cases where a family member refuses to acknowledge their role in conflicts, a therapist can help them see how their behavior impacts others without assigning blame. Mediation sessions can also guide families in navigating sensitive topics, such as financial disputes or unspoken grievances. Consider a scenario where siblings are divided over how to care for aging parents, leading to resentment and tension. A professional mediator can help establish a fair plan that respects everyone's concerns and capabilities. Similarly, therapy can be invaluable in addressing emotional wounds caused by past betrayals or unresolved conflicts. For those experiencing abuse or severe neglect, professionals can offer resources and strategies to ensure safety and support. They can also help individuals process their emotions and rebuild self-esteem, empowering them to make healthier decisions about their relationships. While it may take time and effort to see results, professional help can bring clarity and structure to even the most complex family dynamics. It shows a commitment to breaking unhealthy cycles and fostering a more understanding, respectful environment. Ultimately, prioritizing emotional and relational well-being is one of the most meaningful investments you can make in your family's future. 4. Prioritizing self-care. In the midst of family conflicts or strained relationships, it's easy to lose sight of your own well-being. Prioritizing self-care is essential to maintaining your mental, emotional, and physical health, especially when navigating challenging family dynamics. By focusing on yourself, you build resilience and clarity, empowering you to make decisions that align with your values and needs. Self-care involves more than just pampering. It's about creating habits that nurture your overall well-being. For example, regular exercise, adequate sleep, and a balanced diet can significantly improve your ability to manage stress. Engaging in hobbies or activities you enjoy also provides an outlet for self-expression and a break from familial pressures. Emotional self-care is equally vital. Journaling, meditating, or speaking with a trusted friend can help you process your feelings and gain perspective. If family relationships feel particularly toxic, consider creating a support network outside your family. Friends, mentors, or support groups can provide encouragement and understanding when you need it most. It's important to set boundaries around your time and energy. For instance, limiting interactions with toxic family members or saying no to commitments that drain you can create space for your personal growth. Remember, prioritizing your needs doesn't mean neglecting others. It means ensuring you're in a position to engage in relationships from a place of strength and self-assurance. Ultimately, self-care is an act of self-respect. By valuing yourself, you model healthy behaviors for others and create a foundation for meaningful connections. Even in challenging family situations, prioritizing self-care ensures you remain grounded and empowered to make choices that support your happiness and well-being. 5. Knowing when to limit or cut ties. In some cases, despite your best efforts, a family relationship may remain toxic, abusive, or beyond repair. Knowing when to limit or cut ties with a family member is one of the hardest but most important decisions you may face. It's not about abandoning family, but about protecting your mental, emotional, and even physical well-being when the relationship becomes detrimental to your health. Consider situations where repeated attempts to establish boundaries are ignored, manipulative behaviors persist, or emotional and physical abuse continues unchecked. For example, if a relative consistently undermines your self-esteem, spreads false information about you, or refuses to take responsibility for their harmful actions, it may be necessary to reassess the value of that relationship in your life. Limiting ties doesn't always mean a complete cutoff. It might involve reducing the frequency of interactions or choosing neutral environments for meetings. For instance, you might decide only to see a toxic family member at larger family gatherings where their behavior is less targeted. In extreme cases, cutting ties entirely may be the healthiest option. While this choice comes with emotional challenges and societal stigma, it can provide the freedom and peace needed to focus on your well-being. Therapy or support groups can help navigate the emotional fallout and provide guidance during this process. Remember, walking away from a toxic relationship is not an act of selfishness, it's an act of self-preservation. You have the right to prioritize your happiness and safety, even if it means creating distance from family members. By doing so, you open the door to building healthier, more supportive relationships that align with your values and nurture your personal growth. Family relationships are complex and, at their best, provide love, support, and security. However, they can also harbor toxic dynamics that erode trust and emotional well-being. Recognizing the signs of distrust is the first step toward protecting yourself and addressing unhealthy patterns. Throughout this discussion, we identified 10 key red flags in family relationships: consistent dishonesty, manipulative behavior, betrayal of confidence, financial exploitation, lack of support during crises, frequent gossiping, dismissal of boundaries, favoritism, emotional or physical abuse, and refusal to address conflicts. Each of these behaviors undermines the foundation of trust and can lead to lasting emotional harm if left unchecked. Equally important are the solutions we explored: setting and enforcing boundaries, fostering open communication, seeking professional help, prioritizing self-care, and knowing when to limit or cut ties. These strategies empower individuals to take control of their relationships, ensuring they are built on mutual respect, understanding, and care. Recognizing these issues early and addressing them with clarity and courage can lead to healthier dynamics within families. While not all relationships can be repaired, understanding when to let go or create distance is crucial for personal well-being. Empowerment begins with the recognition that you have the right to protect your peace, even within your family. It's easy to feel trapped by societal expectations or cultural norms that emphasize unconditional loyalty to family. But prioritizing your mental and emotional health is not selfish. It's necessary. Take proactive steps to identify and address toxic behaviors. If you notice red flags, don't ignore them. Open communication is a powerful tool, but it's okay to acknowledge when deeper issues require professional intervention or a redefinition of the relationship. Remember, setting boundaries isn't about punishing others. It's about creating the space for healthy and respectful interactions. When these boundaries are consistently violated, know that you have the strength to make the tough decisions to limit or end contact. Surround yourself with supportive relationships that uplift you, whether they are within or outside your family. Seeking healthier dynamics is a journey, not an overnight fix. It requires patience, self-reflection, and a commitment to growth. But the result, peace of mind, self-respect, and meaningful connections, is worth the effort. Healing and growth are always possible, even in the face of challenging family dynamics. You are not alone in navigating these complexities, and many have walked this path before, finding strength and fulfillment on the other side. While you may not always be able to change others, you can change how you respond to and manage these relationships. By focusing on your well-being and surrounding yourself with positive influences, you create an environment that nurtures trust, respect, and love. Family isn't defined solely by blood. It's about the connections that make you feel valued, safe, and supported. As you move forward, take comfort in knowing that meaningful relationships can be built and sustained, whether within your biological family or through the family you choose. Embrace the journey toward healthier dynamics with hope. Every small step you take, whether it's setting a boundary, seeking therapy, or building a new support system, is a step toward reclaiming your emotional health and happiness. You deserve relationships that uplift and empower you, and with time and effort, those connections are within reach. Thank you for watching. If you found this video helpful, make sure to give it a thumbs up and share it with someone who might need this message. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel for more insightful content like this. Your support helps us continue creating videos that inspire, empower, and guide you toward a better, healthier life. Hit the subscribe button and turn on the notification bell so you never miss an update. Together, we can navigate life's challenges and build stronger, more meaningful connections. See you in the next video. 10 subtle ways your best friend is jealous of you and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever achieved something significant, only to sense that your best friend's reaction wasn't as genuine as you hoped? Perhaps their smile didn't quite reach their eyes, or their congratulations felt forced. Jealousy, even in the closest friendships, can manifest subtly, hiding beneath layers of admiration and connection. Jealousy is a complex emotion, a mix of admiration for your success and resentment born of their own insecurities. It doesn't always mean malice. Sometimes it's a reflection of their internal struggles. Yet, when left unchecked, jealousy can erode the foundation of trust and support that defines a healthy friendship. The purpose of this video is not to vilify jealousy, but to help you recognize the subtle signs when it arises in your closest relationships. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-awareness and understanding. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, You always own the option of having no opinion. There is never any need to get worked up or to trouble your soul. By observing rather than reacting, we can approach situations of jealousy with clarity and composure. It's essential to remember that someone's jealousy often says more about their insecurities than about your actions. A true friend's struggles with envy might stem from their fears of inadequacy or unfulfilled goals. By recognizing this, you can navigate these dynamics with empathy while protecting your peace. In the coming sections, we'll explore 10 subtle signs that your best friend may be jealous of you. We'll also discuss how to handle these situations gracefully, maintaining your values and fostering healthier connections. Let's dive in with an open mind and a calm heart, as the Stoics would, ready to face challenges with wisdom and understanding. 1. Downplaying your achievements. Imagine sharing exciting news with your best friend, a promotion, a personal milestone, or an accomplishment you've worked hard for, only to hear them brush it off with a dismissive comment like, "Well, it's not that big of a deal," or "It's about time you achieve something like that." These remarks, subtle as they may seem, can sting and leave you wondering why your success doesn't spark genuine enthusiasm. This behavior often stems from envy. Instead of celebrating with you, your friend minimizes your accomplishments to protect their own sense of worth. It's not necessarily malicious. It might reflect their inner struggles with inadequacy or comparison. Still, it's important to recognize how these comments can affect the dynamics of your friendship. Stoic wisdom reminds us to remain grounded in our values and not let external opinions define our happiness. As Epictetus said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Your achievements are yours to celebrate, regardless of how others respond. Do not let their dismissal cloud your pride in what you've earned. When this happens, respond with grace and clarity. For example, you might say, "This milestone means a lot to me, and I'd appreciate your support." If the pattern continues, take note of how their behavior affects your emotional well-being. True friends will uplift you, not diminish your joy. Recognizing this subtle sign isn't about confrontation, but awareness. A friend who downplays your achievements may not realize the impact of their words. By maintaining your confidence and addressing the behavior calmly, you protect your peace and encourage healthier dynamics in the relationship. 2. Excessive criticism disguised as honesty. A true friend offers constructive feedback, but when criticism becomes constant and feels more like an attack than helpful advice, it may be masking jealousy. This honesty often comes unsolicited and focuses on nitpicking your choices or undermining your confidence. Imagine sharing plans about a new project, only to hear, "Are you sure that's a good idea? It sounds risky," or "I wouldn't do it that way, but it's your call." While framed as concern, their comments often leave you doubting yourself rather than feeling supported. Stoicism teaches us to distinguish between what serves our growth and what detracts from it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." When criticism from a friend feels more like veiled judgment than encouragement, it's worth evaluating their intentions. Responding with calm and confidence is key. Acknowledge their input without internalizing it. "I hear what you're saying, but I feel good about this decision." If their behavior persists, consider discussing how their words affect you. "I value your perspective, but sometimes your feedback feels more critical than supportive." A genuine friend aims to build you up, not wear you down. By recognizing excessive criticism for what it is, you protect your confidence and maintain clarity about your path. 3. Competing with you. Healthy friendships thrive on mutual support, but when your friend starts treating your achievements as benchmarks for their own, it shifts the dynamic from camaraderie to competition. Instead of celebrating your successes, they respond with their own accomplishments or plans to outshine you. Imagine telling your friend you've started running 5Ks, only for them to announce their intention to run a marathon, immediately turning the conversation into a comparison. Or perhaps you share news of a promotion and they respond with, "Well, I'm planning to apply for an even better position soon." This competitive behavior often stems from insecurity. Stoicism reminds us not to measure our worth by external achievements. As Epictetus said, "Seek not the good in external things, seek it in yourselves." True contentment comes from self-mastery, not from outdoing others. Addressing this dynamic requires tact. Focus on redirecting the conversation to mutual celebration. "That's great. I'm happy we're both achieving our goals." If the competition feels relentless, you may need to set boundaries or limit discussions that trigger this behavior. Friendship is not a race. It's a journey taken together. A wise person prioritizes collaboration over rivalry, fostering a bond where both parties can thrive without comparison. 4. Lack of genuine happiness for your success. A best friend should be your biggest cheerleader, but if their congratulations feel forced or their enthusiasm seems shallow, it could be a sign of jealousy. Instead of celebrating your wins, they may subtly shift the focus back to themselves or offer lukewarm praise that leaves you feeling unsupported. For instance, you share that you've landed a dream job, and they respond with, "That's nice, but I've been thinking about applying for something similar," or "Cool. Anyway, guess what happened to me today?" Their reaction isn't about celebrating your joy, it's about diverting attention. Stoicism teaches us to value internal affirmation over external validation. As Seneca said, "The greatest obstacle to living is expectancy, which depends on tomorrow and wastes today." Your happiness should not hinge on another's approval or reaction. Celebrate your successes fully, regardless of how others respond. When you notice this behavior, try addressing it with kindness. "I'd love to share more about this. Your support means a lot to me." If their lack of enthusiasm continues, reflect on whether their behavior is a pattern or an isolated instance. True friends find joy in each other's victories. By recognizing a lack of genuine happiness, you can protect your emotional well-being and nurture connections where your successes are truly celebrated. 5. Spreading gossip or making snide remarks. A jealous friend may resort to gossip or passive-aggressive comments as a way to undermine you subtly. These behaviors can be especially hurtful, as they erode trust and leave you questioning the foundation of your friendship. For example, you hear that your friend has shared personal details about your struggles with others, or made an offhand remark like, "She's successful now, but you wouldn't believe what she was like before." These actions often stem from their attempt to diminish your image in the eyes of others. Stoicism emphasizes integrity and self-respect. Marcus Aurelius advised, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Focus on living in alignment with your values, knowing that gossip or negativity reflects their character, not yours. When faced with gossip or snide remarks, address the issue calmly and directly. "I heard you shared something personal about me. Is that true? It hurt to hear that." This approach shifts the focus from blame to accountability. If they deny or justify their actions, it may signal a deeper issue in the relationship. Friendships thrive on trust, and when that trust is broken, it's essential to evaluate the relationship's health. A wise person does not tolerate behaviors that undermine their peace or integrity. Seek connections built on respect and distance yourself from those who erode it. 6. Avoiding you during your high points. True friends are there to share in your joy, but a jealous friend might withdraw when you're thriving. Instead of celebrating your successes with you, they distance themselves, leaving you feeling unsupported during your most significant moments. Picture this. you achieve a personal milestone, like graduating, getting a promotion, or completing a major project. Instead of showing up for your celebration or offering heartfelt congratulations, your friend suddenly becomes too busy or keeps their interactions with you minimal. Their absence isn't coincidental. It's a reflection of their discomfort with your success. Stoicism teaches us to focus on our own actions and accept that others' behavior is beyond our control. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "Do not waste the remaining part of your life in thoughts about others when you do not refer to some purpose of common utility." If a friend avoids you during your high points, it's a reflection of their inner struggles, not a judgment of your worth. To address this, try expressing how you feel without accusation. "I missed you at my event. It would have meant a lot to have you there." Their response will help you gauge whether their absence is rooted in jealousy or simply poor timing. If the pattern persists, reflect on the value they bring to your life. True friendships shine brightest during celebrations and struggles alike. Surround yourself with people who uplift you during your highs and stand by you in your lows. Anything less is a relationship that stifles your growth. 7. Overly focusing on their problems. In a healthy friendship, there's space for both individuals to share their struggles and celebrate their wins. A jealous friend, however, may monopolize conversations with their own problems, leaving little room to acknowledge your achievements. This behavior subtly shifts the dynamic, making you feel unheard or overshadowed. For example, you share exciting news about a promotion, but before you've finished your story, your friend interrupts with their latest drama. "That's great, but let me tell you what happened to me yesterday. It's been a nightmare." Their constant focus on their struggles draws attention away from your joy and places it squarely on them. Stoicism encourages balance and the practice of mutual support. As Seneca wrote, "We are waves of the same sea, leaves of the same tree, flowers of the same garden." Friendships should reflect this interconnectedness, where both parties feel valued and supported. If this pattern arises, gently steer the conversation back to balance. "I'm happy to hear about what's going on with you, but can we take a moment to celebrate my news too?" This approach reaffirms your need for reciprocity without diminishing their feelings. A true friendship values equality in emotional sharing. By recognizing when the balance shifts too far, you can protect your voice in the relationship and ensure that your achievements are honored as they deserve to be. 8. Copying you. Imitation may be the sincerest form of flattery, but when a friend starts copying your style, hobbies, or decisions in a way that feels competitive rather than admiring, it can be a subtle sign of jealousy. Their actions might reflect a desire to match your success rather than celebrate it. For instance, you start a fitness journey, and suddenly your friend embarks on the same routine, constantly comparing their progress to yours. Or perhaps you take up a new hobby, and they join in, but make it a point to outperform you. What starts as shared interests can quickly feel like rivalry. Stoic wisdom reminds us to focus on our unique journey. Epictetus advised, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." You are not in competition with anyone, and your path should remain distinct, guided by your own values and goals. When you notice this behavior, respond with calm curiosity. "I noticed we've been overlapping a lot in what we do lately. What's inspired you?" This can open a dialogue and help you understand their intentions. If their imitation continues to feel competitive, it might be worth discussing your feelings more openly. True friends can share interests without turning them into contests. By maintaining confidence in your own individuality and addressing competitive behaviors with grace, you can preserve your peace and ensure your friendships remain healthy and fulfilling. 9. Sabotaging your efforts. A jealous friend may subtly discourage you from pursuing your goals or create obstacles that make it harder for you to succeed. This behavior is often framed as concern or practicality, but its underlying intent is to undermine your confidence or derail your progress. Imagine sharing your dream of starting a business, and your friend responds with, "That's a tough industry. Are you sure you're ready for that kind of stress?" Or perhaps you're preparing for an important presentation, and they accidentally cause delays or distractions, leaving you feeling unprepared. These actions, while subtle, reveal their discomfort with your potential success. Stoicism teaches us to remain steadfast in the face of external challenges. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." A manipulative friend's attempts to sabotage you reflect their own fears and insecurities, not your capabilities. To address this, approach the situation calmly and directly. "I noticed you've been hesitant about my plans. Is there something you're worried about?" This opens a space for honest dialogue while making it clear you're aware of their behavior. If their actions persist, consider limiting their influence over your decisions. True friendships are supportive, not sabotaging. Protect your goals and aspirations by surrounding yourself with people who encourage your growth. A wise person prioritizes connections that inspire confidence, not doubt. 10. Expressing subtle resentment. Sometimes jealousy manifests in offhand remarks or jokes that carry an undertone of bitterness or envy. These comments may be framed as humor, but often leave you questioning their true intent. For example, after you share an accomplishment, they might say, "Must be nice to have everything handed to you," or "Guess not everyone has to work as hard as I do." While these statements appear light-hearted, they carry an edge that reveals underlying resentment. Stoic philosophy advises us to focus on our own actions and remain unaffected by others' negativity. Epictetus wrote, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Recognize these remarks for what they are, a reflection of their internal struggle, not your worth or efforts. When faced with subtle resentment, respond with calm confidence. "I worked hard for this, and I'm proud of what I've achieved." If their behavior becomes a pattern, consider addressing it more openly. "Your comments sometimes feel dismissive. Can we talk about this?" Healthy friendships are built on mutual respect and support. Subtle resentment erodes trust and connection, so it's essential to protect your peace by addressing it calmly and, if necessary, stepping back from the relationship. A wise person values relationships that uplift, not those that undermine. By recognizing and addressing jealousy, you create space for healthier, more fulfilling connections. Solutions and how to handle jealousy in friendships. Jealousy in friendships, though challenging, doesn't have to lead to the end of the relationship. With awareness, understanding, and clear communication, you can address these dynamics while protecting your peace. Here are practical steps to navigate jealousy in friendships. 1. Self-awareness. Before addressing your friend's behavior, reflect on your own actions. Are you unintentionally triggering their insecurities? For instance, could your excitement about a recent success come across as boasting? Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control, our actions and attitudes. Marcus Aurelius said, "Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself." By ensuring your behavior is balanced, you create a solid foundation for addressing their jealousy. 2. Open communication. Gently addressing the behavior can open the door to understanding. Approach the conversation with empathy rather than accusation. For example, "I've noticed some tension when I share my successes. Is everything okay? I value our friendship and want to understand how you feel." This encourages honesty and allows you both to work through the issue collaboratively. 3. Set boundaries. If their jealousy manifests as criticism, sabotage, or negativity, establish clear boundaries to protect your emotional well-being. Stoicism reminds us that peace comes from within, not from external approval. Say something like, "I value our time together, but I need our conversations to feel positive and supportive." Boundaries show respect for yourself and the relationship. 4. Encourage their growth. Jealousy often stems from feelings of inadequacy. Support your friend in pursuing their own goals and passions. Complement their strengths, offer encouragement, and celebrate their achievements. By focusing on their growth, you can help shift their perspective from comparison to self-improvement. 5. Know when to let go. Not all friendships can withstand the strain of jealousy, especially if it leads to toxic behaviors. Recognize when it's time to step back. As Epictetus said, "He who is free is the one who lives as he wishes, neither constrained nor restrained." Letting go doesn't mean failing, it means valuing your well-being and seeking healthier connections. Friendships are among life's most rewarding relationships, but even the strongest bonds can be tested by jealousy. Recognizing the subtle signs of envy allows you to address these challenges with wisdom, empathy, and grace. True friendships are built on mutual respect, trust, and joy for each other's successes. When jealousy arises, it's an opportunity to strengthen the connection through open communication and shared growth. However, if the relationship becomes toxic or one-sided, it's okay to step back and seek connections that uplift and inspire you. Remember, as the Stoics teach, your worth is not defined by others' opinions or reactions. Surround yourself with friends who celebrate your journey and walk alongside you with genuine support. In doing so, you create a life enriched by meaningful and balanced relationships, connections that foster mutual growth and lasting joy. Friendships are among life's most rewarding relationships, but even the strongest bonds can be tested by jealousy. Recognizing the subtle signs of envy allows you to address these challenges with wisdom, empathy, and grace. True friendships are built on mutual respect, trust, and joy for each other's successes. When jealousy arises, it's an opportunity to strengthen the connection through open communication and shared growth. However, if the relationship becomes toxic or one-sided, it's okay to step back and seek connections that uplift and inspire you. Remember, as the Stoics teach, your worth is not defined by others' opinions or reactions. Surround yourself with friends who celebrate your journey and walk alongside you with genuine support. In doing so, you create a life enriched by meaningful and balanced relationships, connections that foster mutual growth and lasting joy. Here are 10 shocking signs. Your partner is cheating on you and how to deal with this problem. Trust is the cornerstone of any relationship, a foundation upon which love and companionship are built. When that foundation begins to feel shaky, it can leave you questioning not just your partner's actions, but also your own perceptions. Infidelity, though painful to consider, is a reality that many face in their relationships. Recognizing its warning signs is not about paranoia or mistrust, but about understanding the dynamics of your connection with your partner. This article isn't meant to incite fear or cast doubt unnecessarily. Its purpose is to empower you with knowledge and awareness. By understanding the signs of potential infidelity, you can approach your relationship with clarity, courage, and, most importantly, fairness. Each sign presented here is not definitive evidence of betrayal, but rather a signal to examine your partnership more closely. Often, these signs are rooted in broader relational issues that can be addressed with open communication and mutual effort. However, it is critical to approach these signs with a balanced mind. Jumping to conclusions without context or evidence can harm the trust you're trying to preserve. This is where wisdom and self-control come into play, traits Stoicism teaches us to cultivate. Before acting, reflect. Before accusing, seek understanding. And above all, recognize that your happiness and self-worth are not defined by the actions of another. Let this exploration be a guide for those seeking clarity and growth. Whether your suspicions are confirmed or proven unfounded, the process will help you better understand yourself, your values, and your needs. Relationships, at their best, are built on honesty and mutual respect. Let us now explore the signs that may signal trouble, not as a means to fear the worst, but as a step toward fostering greater understanding and trust in your relationship. 1. Sudden changes in behavior or routine. When someone starts acting differently without a clear reason, it can signal that something significant is happening beneath the surface. A partner who was once predictable in their daily habits may suddenly develop erratic routines or unexplained commitments. While change is natural, abrupt shifts that lack transparency can be a cause for closer attention. Imagine a scenario where your partner, who rarely worked late, suddenly has urgent projects keeping them at the office well into the evening. When you ask about their schedule, the answers are vague or dismissive. Perhaps they've taken up a new hobby or activity they never expressed interest in before, but are unwilling to share details or involve you in it. Such changes can stem from many things: stress, personal growth, or even a desire for independence. However, if these behaviors are accompanied by secrecy or defensiveness, they might indicate that your partner is redirecting time and energy away from the relationship. The key here is to observe, not accuse. Note the frequency and patterns of these changes. Are they consistent and reasonable, or do they feel like excuses? Avoid jumping to conclusions. Instead, seek opportunities for honest dialogue. Ask open-ended questions such as, "I've noticed some changes in your schedule. How are things going for you?" This invites a response without confrontation. In relationships, change can either strengthen bonds or create distance. By remaining calm and attentive, you can better understand whether these shifts are part of your partner's personal journey or signs of a deeper issue. Always remember, clarity comes from observation, communication, and above all, maintaining your inner composure. 2. Increased secrecy with phone or devices. In today's connected world, our devices are extensions of our lives. A sudden increase in secrecy around a phone, laptop, or tablet can raise questions. This could include password changes, keeping their screen out of view, or stepping out of the room to take calls. For instance, your partner might start placing their phone face down on the table or become anxious when you're near it. They may lock their device when it was previously accessible, or grow defensive when you casually ask about who they're texting. While privacy is important in any relationship, excessive secrecy can signal that something is amiss. It's worth considering whether the behavior is consistent with their usual habits or a noticeable departure. Are they avoiding conversations when their phone rings, or quickly dismissing notifications when you're nearby? Before assuming the worst, reflect on the context. Could they be planning a surprise or dealing with personal matters they're not ready to share? Instead of prying, open a dialogue. "I've noticed you've been more protective of your phone lately. Is there something on your mind?" This approach shows concern rather than suspicion. It's important to respect boundaries while ensuring that secrecy isn't eroding trust. A healthy relationship thrives on transparency, even when privacy is maintained. Remember, your goal isn't to control their behavior, but to foster openness and understanding. 3. Emotional distance or lack of interest. Emotional intimacy is the glue that holds relationships together. When your partner begins to withdraw emotionally, it's often a sign that something deeper is going on. This withdrawal can manifest as disinterest in shared activities, a lack of engagement in conversations, or a noticeable absence of empathy and connection. For example, imagine your partner no longer asks about your day, seems distracted during conversations, or avoids discussing future plans. If you share exciting news and are met with indifference or disinterest, it can feel isolating. This emotional gap may leave you questioning what has changed and why. While emotional distance doesn't always indicate infidelity, it does suggest that the bond between you is under strain. Approach this shift with curiosity rather than accusation. You might say, "I've been feeling a little disconnected lately. How do you feel about where we're at?" Such questions can open the door to honest dialogue and potentially address underlying issues. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control, our reactions and responses. Use this moment to reflect on your relationship's dynamics and how you can contribute to rebuilding emotional closeness, regardless of the cause. 4. Suspicious financial transactions or unexplained expenses. Money often tells a story, and in some cases, it can reveal hidden aspects of a relationship. If your partner begins spending money in unusual ways or has unexplained transactions, it's worth taking note. Signs include new purchases you weren't informed about, increased ATM withdrawals, or strange charges on credit card statements. For example, you might notice charges for gifts you didn't receive, hotel stays, or unexplained travel expenses. Perhaps your partner has less disposable income than usual, yet their explanations don't quite add up. While financial habits can change for many reasons, secrecy or vagueness around money is a potential red flag. Before jumping to conclusions, consider the full picture. Are they under financial stress they haven't shared, or could there be a legitimate reason for these expenses? A calm, non-accusatory approach is key. "I noticed some new expenses on the statement and wanted to check in. Everything okay?" This shows concern rather than blame. Financial transparency is a cornerstone of trust in any partnership. Addressing these concerns directly but calmly can clarify misunderstandings or highlight areas that need attention. As a Stoic, focus on managing your thoughts and reactions while working toward clarity and truth. 5. Frequent arguments or picking fights. Unnecessarily. Conflict is natural in any relationship, but when arguments become frequent, petty, or seem to arise without clear cause, it could be a sign of underlying issues. A partner who starts picking fights over trivial matters might be using conflict as a way to create emotional distance or justify spending time apart. For example, a small mistake like forgetting to pick up groceries turns into a full-blown argument, or they might criticize you for behaviors they previously accepted. This sudden irritability or hypersensitivity often feels out of place and disproportionate. While arguments are not definitive proof of infidelity, they can indicate that something is disrupting the emotional equilibrium of your relationship. Instead of engaging in reactive behavior, take a step back and evaluate the patterns. Ask yourself, has this behavior become a norm? Is it paired with other concerning signs? When addressing these conflicts, try a calm and reflective approach. "I've noticed we've been arguing more lately. Is there something we need to talk about?" Such conversations can diffuse tension and invite honest dialogue. The Stoic perspective reminds us that we cannot control others' actions, only our response. Stay grounded, observe without judgment, and focus on maintaining your inner peace even amidst emotional turbulence. 6. Change in appearance or personal grooming habits. A sudden and significant change in your partner's appearance or grooming habits can be a sign that they're seeking external validation. While self-improvement is natural and commendable, unexplained efforts to look more attractive, combined with other suspicious behaviors, might warrant attention. Imagine your partner suddenly starts dressing more stylishly, using new cologne, or spending extra time at the gym. These changes could stem from a desire to impress someone new, especially if they don't involve you or your input. It's essential to consider the context. Are these changes tied to a new job, social circle, or personal goals? If so, they might be entirely innocent. However, if they're accompanied by increased secrecy or emotional distance, it could be a red flag. Address your observations with curiosity, not accusation. You've been putting a lot of effort into your appearance lately. It's great. What's inspired the change? This opens the door for an honest response while showing support for their efforts. As a Stoic, avoid jumping to conclusions or letting assumptions cloud your judgment. Focus on facts and approach the situation with grace and patience. Self-improvement can strengthen relationships when it's shared, so use this opportunity to reconnect. 7. Mysterious new friendships or acquaintances. A partner frequently mentioning or spending time with a new friend, especially one you haven't met, can raise questions. If they're vague about this person or seem reluctant to introduce you, it might indicate they're hiding something. For instance, your partner might reference a new co-worker or friend in casual conversation, but deflect when you ask more about them. They may claim these interactions are purely professional or platonic, but avoid sharing details or involving you in their plans. While new friendships are normal and healthy, secrecy around them isn't. A partner who values transparency will naturally include you in their social life. If you feel excluded or left in the dark, it's worth gently probing. You've mentioned person's name a few times. When do I get to meet them? The Stoic approach emphasizes reason over emotion. Resist letting jealousy or insecurity take over. Instead, focus on observing patterns and maintaining open communication. Trust is built on clarity, and seeking mutual understanding can either strengthen your relationship or highlight areas that need attention. 8. Unexplained absences or vague explanations. When a partner frequently disappears or offers vague explanations for their whereabouts, it can signal a shift in priorities. While everyone deserves personal time, a lack of clarity or consistency about how that time is spent may indicate something more concerning. For example, they might claim they're running errands, but return hours later with no clear outcome. Or they might attend social events or outings, but avoid sharing details or photos, leaving you wondering what really happened. It's important to differentiate between occasional absences and a pattern of avoidance. Ask yourself, have they started cancelling plans with you? Are they spending less time at home without reasonable explanations? Instead of reacting with suspicion, approach the situation calmly. You've seemed really busy lately. What's been going on? This gives them a chance to explain without feeling accused. If the response remains vague or defensive, it's worth noting and observing over time. A Stoic mindset reminds us to focus on what's within our control, our actions, our thoughts, and our choices. Don't let the anxiety of the unknown consume you. Seek clarity, but remain composed, using this opportunity to reflect on your expectations and the relationship's transparency. 9. Decrease in intimacy or physical connection. Physical intimacy is a crucial part of many relationships, and a noticeable decline in affection or physical connection can signal emotional or relational challenges. While it's normal for intimacy to fluctuate, a sudden or unexplained decrease may be worth exploring. Imagine your partner starts avoiding touch, cuddling, or sex, often citing tiredness or stress. If this behavior is paired with other signs of detachment, it could indicate they're emotionally or physically investing elsewhere. However, it's essential to consider other factors that might be affecting them, such as work pressure, health issues, or personal struggles. Avoid making assumptions without first seeking understanding. Approach the topic with sensitivity. I've noticed we haven't been as close lately. Is everything okay? I'd love to reconnect. This opens the door for honest dialogue and helps identify whether the issue stems from external stress or the relationship itself. Stoicism teaches us to temper our emotions and focus on constructive action. Instead of dwelling on what's lacking, look for ways to rebuild intimacy Through communication, shared experiences, and patience, a relationship thrives when both partners work together to nurture its emotional and physical bonds. 10. Intuition or gut feeling. Indicating something is wrong. Sometimes our instincts sense trouble before we have tangible proof. A persistent gut feeling that something isn't right in your relationship can be unsettling, especially when it's difficult to pinpoint why. For instance, you might notice subtle changes in their tone, a lack of enthusiasm in their interactions, or an unspoken tension when you're together. These feelings may not come with concrete evidence, but they're often your subconscious picking up on inconsistencies. While intuition is valuable, it's important to approach it with balance and reason. Instead of letting it fuel paranoia, use it as a cue to observe patterns and ask thoughtful questions. Reflect on whether this feeling stems from real changes in the relationship or personal fears and insecurities. Start a calm conversation. "I've been feeling a little uneasy lately. How do you think we're doing?" This allows for open dialogue and gives them a chance to address any concerns. A Stoic perspective encourages us to trust our reason over unchecked emotions. Let your intuition guide you toward clarity, not confrontation. By seeking understanding and focusing on constructive action, you can either confirm your concerns or find peace in knowing your doubts were unfounded. Solutions and how to approach the situation. Recognizing potential signs of infidelity can be distressing, but how you respond makes all the difference. The goal is not to let suspicion consume you, but to navigate the situation with clarity, wisdom, and emotional strength. Here are some constructive approaches. 1. Open and honest communication. The cornerstone of resolving any relationship issue is clear and respectful communication. Once you've observed consistent patterns that concern you, address them calmly. Avoid accusations or emotional outbursts, as these can escalate the situation. Instead, frame your observations neutrally. "I've noticed some changes in our relationship lately, and I wanted to talk about it because I care about us." This approach invites dialogue rather than defensiveness. Your tone and intent should signal your desire to understand and work together, not to blame. 2. Observe patterns over time. One moment of secrecy or change in behavior doesn't equate to betrayal. Look for consistent behaviors rather than isolated incidents. Keep a mental or written log of what you observe, focusing on facts rather than assumptions. This helps you remain objective and prevents impulsive reactions. Patience is a virtue. Let time reveal the truth. Trust your ability to remain composed as you gather clarity. 3. Seek advice from trusted sources. Sometimes an outside perspective can help. Share your concerns with a trusted friend, family member, or counselor. Ensure this person can provide balanced, non-judgmental advice. If your emotions feel overwhelming, a therapist or relationship coach can help you navigate them constructively. However, maintain discretion to protect your partner's privacy and avoid spreading unverified concerns. 4. Focus on self-care and personal clarity. Dealing with uncertainty in a relationship can be emotionally draining. Take steps to prioritize your well-being. Journaling. Write down your thoughts and emotions to gain perspective. Self-reflection. Assess your role in the relationship and whether your needs are being met. Therapy or counseling. Professional guidance can help you untangle your feelings and make sound decisions. The Stoic way teaches us to control what we can, our mindset and actions, while accepting what we cannot. Self-care is essential to maintain clarity and composure. By focusing on communication, patience, and self-awareness, you can address your concerns thoughtfully and respectfully. Whether your fears are validated or not, these steps will help you grow stronger, wiser, and more in tune with yourself and your relationship. Recognizing signs of infidelity is a challenging journey, but it doesn't have to lead to despair. Relationships are built on trust, and addressing concerns openly can either reinforce that trust or bring clarity to what needs change. Avoid assumptions or rash actions. Instead, approach the situation with patience and wisdom. Focus on communication, observe behaviors over time, and prioritize your emotional health. Whether you move forward together or separately, this process will help you grow and develop deeper self-awareness. In the end, remember this truth: your worth is not defined by someone else's actions. By embracing clarity and resilience, you can navigate any challenge with grace and strength, paving the way for healthier and more fulfilling relationships. If you found this content insightful, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to our channel for more wisdom on navigating life and relationships, and share your thoughts or takeaways in the comments below. Have you noticed any of these signs before? How did you approach the situation? Your experiences could provide valuable perspectives for others. Thank you for watching, and remember, the path to clarity begins with understanding yourself and the connections you choose to nurture. 10 ways to overcome betrayal in your relationship. Betrayal. Few words cut as deeply. It feels like a dagger to the heart, shattering trust and leaving us questioning everything we thought we knew. Marcus Aurelius once said, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been." While this wisdom may seem distant in the midst of pain, it reminds us of an empowering truth. Our healing begins with our response. What is betrayal in a relationship? It can take many forms: infidelity, dishonesty, emotional neglect, or even the breaking of promises. Betrayal shakes the very foundation of trust and security we build with another. And yet, within this chaos lies an opportunity for profound growth. The purpose of this video is not to minimize your pain, but to guide you through it with practical strategies rooted in wisdom and compassion. Whether you choose to repair your relationship or focus on self-healing, the steps ahead are about reclaiming your power and finding peace, no matter how difficult the path may seem. Remember, as Seneca wrote, every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end. Healing takes time, and your journey will be unique to you. The scars betrayal leaves may never fully disappear, but they can become the marks of resilience, strength, and wisdom. This video will share 10 actionable ways to overcome betrayal, strategies designed to help you process, rebuild, and move forward with grace and clarity. No matter how broken things feel now, there is a way through. Stay with me as we explore these timeless truths and practical steps. You are stronger than you think, and the journey to healing begins today. 1. Acknowledge your feelings. When betrayal strikes, the storm of emotions can feel overwhelming: anger, sadness, confusion, even guilt. It's tempting to suppress these feelings, to put on a stoic mask and pretend everything is fine. But true stoicism teaches us not to deny our emotions, but to observe and understand them. As Seneca said, "He who is brave is free." Freedom begins with acknowledging the truth of how you feel. Allow yourself the space to grieve. Betrayal isn't just a wound to the relationship, it's a wound to your sense of self, your trust, and your expectations of the future. Write down your feelings, talk to a trusted friend, or simply sit with your emotions in quiet reflection. This isn't weakness, it's courage. Only by facing the storm can we begin to calm it. But there's a key distinction. While you must feel your emotions, you must not let them govern you. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Betrayal is an outside event. Your emotions are your mind's response. Acknowledge them, but don't let them consume you. Practical steps can help. Set aside a specific time each day to reflect, whether through journaling or meditation. This creates a container for your feelings, preventing them from spilling uncontrollably into every part of your life. Remind yourself that emotions, like waves, rise and fall. They do not last forever. By acknowledging your feelings, you honor your humanity and lay the groundwork for healing. It is a necessary step, a testament to your strength. Painful as it is, this process will bring clarity, and clarity is the foundation of wisdom. 2. Seek honest communication. In the aftermath of betrayal, silence often becomes a refuge, both for you and your partner. Yet silence can be a breeding ground for misunderstanding and resentment. Honest communication is painful, yes, but it's also essential. Epictetus said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth, so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Listening, truly listening, is where healing begins. Start by asking yourself what you need to understand. What questions are haunting you? What clarity do you seek? Then, create a space where both you and your partner can speak openly. Approach this conversation with courage and composure, not as a battlefield, but as a meeting of 2 flawed human beings seeking truth. However, honesty isn't just about speaking, it's also about hearing truths you may not want to face. Your partner's reasons for their betrayal may sting, but understanding their perspective, without justifying their actions, can offer insight. As Seneca wisely observed, the first step toward making the irrational rational is to understand it. Practical steps include choosing a neutral, calm moment for this discussion, ensuring there are no distractions, and setting ground rules for respectful communication. Use I statements to express how the betrayal has impacted you, such as, "I feel hurt because I trusted you with this part of me." Honest communication doesn't guarantee reconciliation, but it paves the way for clarity about your partner's intentions and your own feelings. Clarity, in turn, helps you decide whether to rebuild or release the relationship. Truth may hurt, but it is the foundation of wisdom and the first step toward peace. 3. Establish boundaries. Betrayal shakes the sense of safety in a relationship, leaving you vulnerable and exposed. To begin the process of healing, boundaries are essential. They are not walls to shut people out, but fences to protect your emotional well-being. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Boundaries help reclaim that power. Start by identifying what you need to feel safe. Is it time apart? Is it transparency from your partner about their actions? Is it a pause on certain types of intimacy while you process your emotions? Boundaries are deeply personal and may evolve as you heal. Their purpose is not to punish your partner, but to create a space where you can begin to trust yourself again. Communicate these boundaries clearly. For example, you might say, "I need you to share your whereabouts during this period because it helps rebuild trust," or "I need some time alone to process how I feel." Boundaries must be respected to be effective, so be firm but fair in enforcing them. Seneca said, "No man can have a peaceful life who thinks too much about lengthening it." Similarly, you cannot find peace if you are constantly focused on the actions of another. Boundaries shift that focus inward, giving you control over your emotional environment. Practical steps include writing down your boundaries and discussing them with your partner calmly. Recognize that boundaries are about self-respect and self-care, not control. By setting and honoring these limits, you create a framework where healing, if possible, can begin to take root. 4. Seek professional help. Betrayal is a heavy burden, and sometimes the wisest action is to seek guidance. Therapy or counseling provides a structured space where emotions can be explored and processed. As Epictetus advised, if you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. Asking for help is not weakness, It is a brave step toward improvement. Professional help offers a neutral perspective, free from the biases of friends or family. A therapist can help you untangle the knot of emotions that betrayal creates: anger, sadness, self-doubt, and guide you toward clarity. They can also help you and your partner navigate the complexities of reconciliation if that is your goal. Couples therapy, in particular, can be invaluable. It creates a space for honest dialogue and provides tools to rebuild trust. But even if your partner is unwilling to participate, individual therapy can be just as transformative. It focuses on your healing, your growth, and your future. Practical steps include researching therapists who specialize in relationship issues or trauma and scheduling an initial session. Don't be afraid to try more than one therapist to find someone who resonates with you. Many therapists also offer virtual sessions, making it easier to prioritize this step. The journey of healing is rarely a solitary one. As Seneca wrote, "No one can live happily who has regard to himself alone and transforms everything into a question of his own utility." Seeking professional help is a way of inviting wisdom, guidance, and support into your life. It is a sign of strength, not surrender. 5. Practice self-care. When betrayal leaves you emotionally depleted, self-care becomes not just important, but essential. It is the anchor that keeps you steady in the storm. As Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Practicing self-care is an act of reclaiming that power. Self-care is not a luxury, it's a necessity for healing. It's about tending to your emotional, mental, and physical well-being. Start with the basics. Prioritize sleep, eat nourishing foods, and move your body regularly. Physical health directly impacts emotional resilience. Activities like yoga, walking, or even deep breathing can calm the mind and reduce stress. Emotional self-care involves nurturing your inner world. Journaling can help you process your thoughts, while meditation can quiet the mental noise. Dedicate time to activities that bring you peace and joy, whether it's reading, painting, or spending time in nature. These moments remind you that life exists beyond the pain of betrayal. But self-care is also about boundaries, protecting your energy from people or situations that drain you. It's saying no when you need to and not feeling guilty about putting yourself first. Remember Seneca's wisdom: "As is a tale, so is life." Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters. Prioritize quality moments that restore you. Practical steps include creating a self-care routine, even if it's just 15 minutes a day. Start small. Drink a cup of tea mindfully. Write down 3 things you're grateful for, or take a short walk outside. These small acts of care remind you that you are worth the effort and that healing begins with nurturing yourself. 6. Avoid rushing decisions. In the aftermath of betrayal, the urge to make immediate decisions, whether to leave, forgive, or retaliate, can be overwhelming. But impulsive choices, made in the heat of emotion, often lead to regret. As Epictetus taught, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. Pausing allows your reaction to be thoughtful, not reactionary. Healing is a process, and clarity emerges with time. Decisions made too quickly may not align with your long-term needs and values. For example, leaving a relationship out of anger might deny you the chance to fully understand what happened, while forgiving too quickly might leave unresolved wounds festering beneath the surface. Instead, give yourself permission to pause. Reflect on what you truly want and need, separate from the immediate pain. Consider journaling or speaking with a trusted friend or therapist to explore your feelings. Ask yourself questions like, what would a wise future version of myself advise me to do? Marcus Aurelius advised, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment. By waiting, You give yourself the power to assess the betrayal from a position of strength, not vulnerability. Practical steps include setting a specific timeline for decision-making, such as revisiting the situation in a month. In the meantime, focus on self-care and reflection. By resisting the urge to rush, you honor both your healing process and your capacity for thoughtful, intentional choices. 7. Focus on rebuilding trust. If you choose to stay in the relationship, rebuilding trust is both the most challenging and the most vital step. Trust is fragile. It takes years to build, but can be shattered in an instant. However, it is not irreparable. As Seneca wrote, "Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end." Rebuilding trust requires creating a new foundation, not patching up the old one. Begin by defining what trust means to you. What actions or behaviors would help restore your confidence in your partner? Transparency is often key. This might mean regular check-ins, open communication about feelings, or a willingness to share details that rebuild accountability. But rebuilding trust is not just about your partner's actions, it's also about your willingness to allow it. Both partners must commit to the process. Your partner must demonstrate consistent effort and sincerity over time, while you must be open to the possibility of trusting again. It's a mutual journey, and it requires patience, empathy, and hard work from both sides. Practical steps include creating a trust-building plan together. This could involve agreeing on boundaries, discussing triggers, or even attending therapy together to navigate the process. Keep the focus on progress, not perfection. Small, consistent actions matter more than grand gestures. Remember, trust is not just about the other person. It's also about trusting yourself. Trust that you have the strength and wisdom to navigate this path, whether it leads to reconciliation or not. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one." Embody the trust and integrity you seek, and let your actions reflect your values. 8. Surround yourself with supportive people. Betrayal can feel isolating, as if the world has shrunk to the pain you're experiencing. But as Marcus Aurelius reminds us, we were born for cooperation. Leaning on others during this time is not a sign of weakness. It's a reminder that healing is often a communal process. Surround yourself with people who truly support you, friends, family, or even support groups. These individuals can provide perspective, encouragement, and, most importantly, the reassurance that you are not alone. Their insights can help you see things more clearly, especially when your emotions cloud your judgment. Avoid those who fan the flames of anger or bitterness. Instead, seek those who foster calm and wisdom. Sharing your experience can be therapeutic, but be selective about whom you confide in. Choose people who will listen without judgment and respect your boundaries. Sometimes, even professional support groups or online communities can offer a safe space to share your journey and gain strength from others' experiences. Practical steps include reaching out to trusted individuals and setting up time to talk, even if it's a short phone call or coffee meeting. If you feel isolated, consider joining a local or virtual support group focused on relationship healing. Seneca wrote, "Friendship always benefits. Love sometimes injures." During this period, lean on friendships and relationships that nurture you, not those that drain you. By surrounding yourself with support, you'll find strength in the collective wisdom and empathy of others. Healing may be your journey, but it doesn't have to be walked alone. 9. Reframe the experience as growth. Betrayal, while painful, can be a catalyst for profound personal growth. As Epictetus said, difficulties show a person's character. The question is not why betrayal happened to you, but how you will use it to become stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Instead of seeing this experience solely as a loss, view it as an opportunity for self-discovery. What have you learned about your boundaries, values, and needs. Perhaps you've gained clarity about the kind of relationship you truly deserve. Maybe you've discovered untapped inner strength in enduring this trial. These lessons, though hard-earned, can transform you. Reframing does not mean minimizing your pain. Instead, it's about finding meaning within it. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." The betrayal may have been an obstacle, but it also serves as a teacher, guiding you toward greater self-awareness and personal growth. Practical steps include journaling about what this experience has taught you, or meditating on how it has shaped your perspective. Create a list of ways you've grown since the betrayal, whether it's increased emotional resilience, clearer boundaries, or deeper self-respect. By reframing the betrayal as growth, you reclaim power over your narrative. You are no longer defined by what happened to you, but by how you responded to it. This mindset shifts you from victim to victor, transforming pain into purpose and adversity into strength. 10. Know when to let go. There comes a time when clinging to the past does more harm than letting go. As Seneca wisely said, "To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden." If the relationship has become toxic, unrepairable, or harmful to your well-being, releasing it is an act of self-respect, not failure. Letting go doesn't mean erasing the memories or pretending the betrayal never happened. It means accepting the reality of the situation and prioritizing your peace over the attachment to what once was. Holding on to resentment or false hope only prolongs your pain. By letting go, you create space for healing, growth, and eventually something better. This step is often the hardest because it involves confronting fear of being alone, fear of the unknown, or fear of starting over. But Marcus Aurelius reminds us, it is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live. Letting go is not an end, but a beginning, a chance to live in alignment with your values and truth. Practical steps include creating a ritual to symbolize release, such as writing a letter to your partner, whether you send it or not, or meditating on forgiveness. Surround yourself with supportive people and focus on building a future that reflects your worth and aspirations. Letting go is not giving up, it's choosing yourself. It's an act of courage, wisdom, and love for yourself and the life you deserve. By walking away from what no longer serves you, you make room for the healing and happiness that await. Solutions and long-term strategies. As you move through the process of overcoming betrayal, the immediate steps are only part of the journey. Long-term healing and personal growth require ongoing effort, self-awareness, and intentional choices. Let's explore 3 powerful strategies to help you create a strong foundation for your future. 1. Forgiveness as a personal choice. Forgiveness is one of the most misunderstood aspects of healing. It is often perceived as absolving the betrayer or reconciling the relationship. But true forgiveness is a gift you give yourself. Seneca reminds us, "He who has injured you was either stronger or weaker. If weaker, spare him. If stronger, spare yourself." Forgiveness frees you from the chains of anger and resentment that keep you tethered to the past. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting or condoning the betrayal. It means releasing the emotional grip it has on you, allowing you to move forward unburdened. This is a deeply personal process that happens on your timeline. You may choose to forgive for your peace, even if you never reconcile with the betrayer. Practical steps include practicing forgiveness, meditation, or writing a letter to the person who hurt you, whether you send it or not. Remind yourself that forgiveness is about reclaiming your power and protecting your peace, not about their actions or validation. 2. building emotional resilience. Betrayal can leave you feeling vulnerable and questioning your ability to trust again. To protect yourself in future relationships, building emotional resilience is essential. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." This mindset helps you regain confidence in your ability to navigate challenges and setbacks. Emotional resilience comes from cultivating self-awareness, setting boundaries, and maintaining a healthy perspective. It involves learning from the past without allowing it to define you. Practice mindfulness to stay present, focus on what you can control, and remind yourself that your worth is not determined by how others treat you. Practical steps include engaging in daily mindfulness exercises, setting small personal goals to rebuild confidence, and seeking out new experiences that expand your comfort zone. Resilience grows through action and reflection, reinforcing your strength over time. 3. Creating a new chapter. Every ending holds the seed of a new beginning. As Epictetus wisely advised, don't explain your philosophy, embody it. Whether you choose to stay in the relationship or move on, now is the time to craft a new chapter for yourself. One rooted in your values, wisdom, and aspirations. If you reconcile, work with your partner to rebuild the relationship with honesty and mutual respect. If you choose to move on, focus on rediscovering your identity, setting new goals, and creating a vision for your future. This is your opportunity to reimagine your life, free from the constraints of the past. Practical steps include defining your personal goals, whether in relationships, career, or self-development, and taking small steps toward them. Surround yourself with inspiring people and engage in activities that bring joy and fulfillment. Remember, the end of one chapter is not the end of your story. Overcoming betrayal is one of the hardest journeys you'll ever face, but it's also one of the most transformative. As you navigate the pain, remember that every step forward, no matter how small, is a victory. You have the power to turn this experience into a story of resilience, growth, and strength. As Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. That strength is already within you. Use it to heal, rebuild, and create the life you deserve. One rooted in wisdom, trust, and self-respect. Remember, you are not defined by what happened to you, but by how you rise from it. Embrace your journey, honor your strength, and know that brighter days lie ahead. Trust yourself. You have everything within you to heal, rebuild, and create a future filled with wisdom and peace. If this video resonated with you and you'd like to see more content that empowers you to live with wisdom and purpose, please like this video and subscribe to the channel. By doing so, you'll join a community dedicated to personal growth and resilience. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss a new upload. Your journey doesn't have to be walked alone, and together we can turn pain into power. Thank you for watching, and remember, brighter days are ahead. You've got this. 10. Hidden signs. Your boss doesn't value you, and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever felt invisible at work? You put in hours of effort, exceed expectations, and contribute meaningfully, yet the recognition you hope for never comes. Perhaps your ideas are dismissed, or worse, credited to someone else. This feeling of being overlooked can gnaw at your confidence and make you question your worth. But what if this isn't just a fleeting phase, but a reflection of how your boss truly values you? Recognizing the hidden signs of being undervalued isn't merely about ego or pride. It's about clarity and self-respect. In a Stoic sense, it's about understanding what's within your control. You can't force others to value you, but you can choose to see the signs, reflect on their meaning, and decide how to respond. Ignoring these signals can lead to stagnation, dissatisfaction, and a life where you remain a shadow of your potential. The purpose of this video is simple: to help you identify these hidden signs and take proactive steps toward a more fulfilling career. Each sign we'll explore is a subtle clue, often buried beneath day-to-day interactions, yet significant enough to guide your decisions. Let me offer a disclaimer. Context is vital. People act in ignorance or distraction more often than with malice. Before concluding that your boss doesn't value you, it's wise to pause and reflect. Have an honest conversation if needed, as clear communication can dispel assumptions and misunderstandings. As Marcus Aurelius once said, if you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. With this wisdom in mind, let's examine these signs, not with bitterness, but with clarity and a focus on what truly matters: your growth and well-being. 1. Lack of acknowledgement for your work. Imagine this: you've stayed late, delivered a project ahead of schedule, or resolved a critical issue that saved the company time and money. Yet, when the team gathers, your boss showers praise on others, leaving your contribution unnoticed. Over time, this pattern erodes your confidence and creates a nagging question: do they even see what I bring to the table? From a Stoic perspective, acknowledgement isn't something we control. Epictetus reminds us, it is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. However, repeated lack of recognition signals something deeper. If your efforts consistently go unnoticed, it may reflect not your worth, but your boss's priorities, or lack thereof. What can you do? Start by documenting your contributions. When the time is right, calmly present them to your boss in a review or one-on-one meeting. Speak not with frustration, but with confidence. For example, I wanted to highlight some projects I've taken the lead on this quarter and discuss how I can contribute further to the team's success. This approach anchors your worth in tangible evidence and invites collaboration. Remember, acknowledgement is a reflection of others, not a measure of your value. Don't let their neglect diminish your internal sense of accomplishment. Seek workplaces or leaders who align with your contributions, but above all, value yourself first. 2. No opportunities for growth. A stagnant role is a silent threat to your potential. If your boss overlooks you for training sessions, fails to mention promotion opportunities, or hesitates to assign challenging projects, it's a sign they don't see you as part of the bigger picture. Growth is not merely an ambition, it's a necessity for your professional well-being. Seneca advises, as long as you live, keep learning how to live. If your workplace denies you this fundamental right, ask yourself, is this the environment that aligns with my aspirations? To address this, take the initiative. Research growth opportunities within or outside your company. Ask for specific feedback on what skills you should develop to qualify for the next level. A direct conversation like, I'm eager to grow in my role. What steps can I take to better contribute to the team? Shows your dedication and makes your intentions clear. If no path forward emerges, consider whether staying aligns with your goals. Growth comes from environments that challenge and empower you. If this isn't available, moving on may be the most stoic and self-respecting decision you can make. 3. Micromanagement or overbearing oversight. Few things are more suffocating than a boss who constantly hovers over your work. Micromanagement often stems from distrust, which can make even the most capable employee feel inadequate. If your boss rewrites your emails, double-checks every minor detail, or overrides your decisions, it signals they don't trust your expertise. Or worse, they don't want you to shine independently. A Stoic approach reminds us to separate what we can control, our work ethic and attitude, from what we cannot, such as another's insecurities. As Marcus Aurelius noted, Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. To counter micromanagement, focus on building trust. Communicate regularly about your progress and results before they ask. For instance, you might say, "Here's the status of the project and how I plan to move forward. Let me know if there's anything specific you'd like adjusted." This preemptive transparency can ease their fears and allow you more freedom over time. However, if their behavior persists despite your efforts, reflect on whether this is an environment conducive to growth. Being trusted to exercise your skills is essential for professional development. If that's not possible, it may be time to seek a role where your independence is valued. As the Stoics teach, protect your energy and focus on what propels you forward. 4. Exclusion from important meetings or projects. Imagine finding out about a major team decision from a coworker or being left out of a critical meeting where your expertise would have been valuable. Exclusion from key discussions or projects isn't just frustrating, it's a strong indication that your voice isn't valued. Over time, this marginalization can lead to stagnation, making it difficult to showcase your skills or grow professionally. From a Stoic perspective, this exclusion challenges your sense of belonging, but it's also an opportunity for self-reflection. Marcus Aurelius advises, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Instead of dwelling on the slight, assess whether your skills and contributions align with the team's goals. Sometimes exclusion stems from oversight rather than intent. To address this, assertively yet respectfully, make your desire to contribute known. For example, you could say, "I noticed I wasn't included in the recent project planning session. I'd love to offer my insights and support next time." This demonstrates initiative without accusation. If exclusion persists despite your efforts, reflect on the workplace culture. A team that consistently sidelines you may not value your input, or worse, may not align with your growth goals. Your talents deserve a platform where they can thrive, and sometimes that means seeking opportunities elsewhere. 5. Unclear or vague feedback. Imagine receiving the same generic feedback in every review. "You're doing fine. Keep it up." While it might seem harmless, vague or non-existent feedback leaves you in the dark about your performance. How can you improve, excel, or align with expectations if you're never told where you stand? A lack of clarity signals indifference, a dangerous barrier to your growth. As Stoics, we value self-awareness and reflection. Epictetus said, "Know first who you are, and then adorn yourself accordingly." Constructive feedback is vital in this process, as it provides the mirror we need to see ourselves clearly. If your boss is unclear, take the initiative. Request specific feedback with questions like, "What aspects of my work are most valuable to the team, and where can I improve?" Framing the conversation positively shows that you're invested in growth and not merely fishing for validation. However, if clarity remains elusive, document your achievements and assess your performance independently. Seek input from trusted colleagues or mentors to fill the gaps. Long-term, consider whether a boss who avoids giving clear guidance aligns with your career ambitions. Your development deserves clarity, not apathy. 6. Favoritism toward others. Few workplace dynamics are as demoralizing as favoritism. When one team member consistently receives the best assignments, praise, or perks, it creates an environment of inequality. If you feel like no matter how hard you work, you're always in someone else's shadow, it's time to consider what this pattern reveals about your boss's priorities. Seneca reminds us, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. While favoritism may seem personal, it often stems from biases or comfort zones rather than deliberate malice. However, understanding this doesn't mean you must accept it passively. To address favoritism, focus on what you can control. your own performance and contributions. Maintain a strong work ethic and document your achievements to ensure they're visible. You might also have a candid conversation with your boss, asking, "Are there additional opportunities where I could contribute and showcase my skills?" This shifts the focus from comparison to collaboration. Yet, if favoritism continues unchecked and stifles your opportunities for growth, ask yourself if this is a team you want to invest in. A workplace built on fairness and merit will always provide a stronger foundation for your future. Do not let another's bias define your worth. Your value is determined by your actions, not their preferences. 7. Unfair workload distribution. Picture this. You're constantly assigned the most challenging tasks while others receive lighter workloads or avoid responsibility altogether. Despite your efforts, the extra work goes unnoticed or unappreciated. Over time, this imbalance can lead to burnout and resentment, making you question if you're being exploited rather than valued. From a Stoic lens, unfair treatment is a test of your resilience and perspective. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have endured countless misfortunes, yet look, still you stand." However, enduring does not mean enabling. Recognizing when an unfair burden is placed on you is the first step toward change. To address this, communicate assertively but diplomatically. For example, you might say, "I've noticed that my workload is significantly heavier compared to others. I'd like to discuss how we can better balance tasks to ensure everyone contributes equally." By framing the issue as a team concern, you minimize defensiveness while advocating for yourself. If the imbalance persists, consider whether the organization aligns with your long-term goals. While hard work is commendable, a workplace that exploits rather than appreciates your efforts will stifle your growth. Remember, your time and energy are finite. Choose to invest them wisely. 8. Lack of personal interest. A boss who shows no curiosity about your well-being, career aspirations, or personal growth sends a clear message. You're seen as a cog in the machine rather than a valued individual. While professionalism doesn't demand friendship, it does require a basic level of respect and human connection. The Stoic philosopher Epictetus reminds us, "What concerns me is not the way things are, but the way people think things are." A lack of personal interest may stem from a boss who views employees purely in terms of productivity, not individuality. This mindset, while disappointing, reflects more on them than on you. To address this, initiate conversations about your goals and development. Share your aspirations with statements like, "I'm eager to grow in my role and would love your guidance on how I can contribute more effectively to the team." This proactive approach demonstrates your commitment and invites them to engage. However, if their indifference remains, remember that your worth isn't dependent on their recognition. Seek mentorship elsewhere and align yourself with leaders who see your potential. Value yourself as a whole person, not just a worker. This mindset is key to navigating such situations with dignity and strength. 9. Low compensation or no raises. You've delivered results, exceeded expectations, and consistently added value to your team, yet your paycheck remains the same. Low compensation or stagnant wages despite proven performance is one of the clearest signs your boss doesn't value your contributions. It's a financial and symbolic reminder that your efforts are being taken for granted. Seneca wisely stated, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more that is poor." While this encourages contentment with what we have, it doesn't mean accepting less than you deserve. Compensation reflects respect, both for your skills and the time you dedicate to your work. If you find yourself in this situation, start by researching industry standards for your role. With this information in hand, schedule a meeting with your boss and present a calm, factual case. Based on my contributions and market data, I'd like to discuss adjusting my compensation to reflect my value to the team. If raises are consistently denied or promises remain unfulfilled, consider whether staying aligns with your self-worth. As a professional, you deserve fair pay for your contributions. Pursue roles where your efforts are recognized, both financially and professionally. 10. Frequent criticism without constructive solutions. Criticism, when constructive, is a tool for growth. But when your boss frequently focuses on your flaws without offering guidance to improve, it becomes a source of demoralization rather than development. Over time, constant criticism without solutions can erode your confidence and sense of capability. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Reject your sense of injury, and the injury itself disappears." While criticism may sting, your response determines its impact. Instead of internalizing harsh words, use them as an opportunity to reflect and refine. To navigate this dynamic, seek clarity. The next time you're criticized, ask respectfully, "Could you provide specific examples or guidance on how I can improve?" This shifts the conversation from blame to problem solving and demonstrates your willingness to grow. However, if the criticism remains vague or purely negative, it may reflect more on your boss's leadership than your performance. Surround yourself with mentors and colleagues who provide constructive feedback and encourage your development. A workplace that thrives on tearing others down is not a place for growth. It's a place to outgrow. Value your potential enough to seek an environment that nurtures it. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Identifying these signs is only the first step. What you do next determines whether you grow stronger or remain trapped in a cycle of frustration. As Stoics, we understand that while we cannot control external events, we have full power over how we respond. Here's how you can constructively address these situations. Self-assessment. Before taking action, pause and reflect on your own contributions. Are you meeting or exceeding expectations? Are there areas where you can improve? As Epictetus said, first, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Ensure you're fulfilling your role to the best of your ability, so you approach the issue with integrity. Open communication. The next step is direct but respectful dialogue. Schedule a meeting with your boss to discuss your concerns. For example, say, "I'd like to understand how I can contribute more effectively and align my goals with the team's objectives." Frame the conversation around growth and collaboration rather than confrontation. This Stoic approach focuses on solutions rather than dwelling on the problem. Document achievements. Keep a detailed record of your accomplishments, challenges you've overcome, and any measurable contributions you've made. This provides tangible evidence of your value. When presenting your case, be factual and calm. Your work speaks louder than emotion. Seek support. If the situation doesn't improve, consider seeking guidance from HR, a trusted mentor, or colleagues. Outside perspectives can provide clarity and solutions you might not have considered. Personal growth strategies. Ultimately, growth is in your control. Invest in learning new skills, networking, or exploring lateral moves. If the current environment doesn't align with your aspirations, it's not failure. It's wisdom to seek a place where you can flourish. As Seneca wisely noted, "As is a tale, so is life. Not how long it is, but how good it is what matters." Recognizing the hidden signs that your boss doesn't value you is an act of self-respect. It's not about bitterness or resentment, but about clarity and growth. Ignoring these signs can lead to stagnation, but addressing them with courage and wisdom paves the way for a brighter future. The Stoics remind us to focus on what we can control: our actions, our responses, and our decisions. You can't always change your boss or your workplace, but you can choose to advocate for yourself, to grow, and, when necessary, to move on to an environment where your contributions are truly valued. Ultimately, your worth isn't determined by others' recognition. It comes from knowing the value you bring and the integrity with which you carry yourself. As Marcus Aurelius said, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." Honor your worth by taking steps that align with your principles and ambitions. Remember, prioritizing your professional growth and mental well-being isn't selfish. It's essential. You deserve a workplace that respects and appreciates your contributions. Take action, stay true to your values, and watch as opportunities that align with your worth unfold before you. If you've experienced these signs, share your story in the comments. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and join us next time for more insights on building a wiser, stronger career. 10. Hidden signs. Your boss doesn't value you, and how to deal with this problem. Have you ever felt invisible at work? You put in hours of effort, exceed expectations, and contribute meaningfully, yet the recognition you hope for never comes. Perhaps your ideas are dismissed, or worse, credited to someone else. This feeling of being overlooked can gnaw at your confidence and make you question your worth. But what if this isn't just a fleeting phase, but a reflection of how your boss truly values you? Recognizing the hidden signs of being undervalued. 10 subtle ways your friends are using you and how to deal with this problem. Friendships are one of life's greatest gifts. They provide us with joy, support, and the companionship we crave in a chaotic world. At their core, true friendships are built on mutual trust and respect, a balance of giving and receiving that enriches both lives. But not all friendships are as balanced as they appear. Some relationships can take a subtle, toxic turn, where one party exploits the other's goodwill. What makes these situations so difficult to detect is their quiet nature. Manipulation often wears a mask of normalcy. This isn't to suggest that every friend who asks for a favor is using you, or that the occasional misstep is malicious. We're all imperfect, and friendships naturally ebb and flow. However, when the imbalance becomes a pattern, when you feel more drained than uplifted, it's time to pause and reflect. Are you being valued, or are you merely being used? The purpose of this guide is not to sow distrust, but to help you recognize subtle red flags in friendships. It's about fostering awareness so you can make wise decisions about the relationships you nurture. While it's important to be kind and forgiving, it's equally vital to protect your energy and respect yourself. Approach these signs with a level head and a fair heart. Stoicism teaches us to judge actions, not intentions, and to remain calm in the face of discomfort. Use this wisdom to assess your friendships objectively. If you find evidence of imbalance, you owe it to yourself to take action, not in anger or haste, but with quiet dignity and firm resolve. After all, a wise person knows the value of their time and spirit and will not waste it on relationships that lack reciprocity. 1. Only contacting you when they need something. A true friendship thrives on mutual interest and shared experiences. But if a friend only appears when they need something, a favor, advice, or money, it may be time to reevaluate the relationship. These interactions might initially seem harmless, even natural, but when they become the foundation of your connection, it's a sign of imbalance. Imagine a friend who calls you only to vent about their problems or ask for your help moving apartments. While you're happy to support them, you notice a pattern. Once their need is met, they disappear until the next crisis. Over time, this one-sided dynamic begins to weigh on you, leaving you feeling like a resource rather than a valued individual. Stoicism reminds us to focus on what we can control. You cannot control another's intentions, but you can control how you respond. reflect on the friendship with honesty. Does this person engage with you for who you are, or merely for what you provide? If the latter, it's essential to recognize the pattern and decide how much energy you're willing to invest. A wise person values their time and energy, offering it to those who reciprocate. It doesn't mean cutting people off at the first sign of selfishness, but setting boundaries. Start by being less available for their requests and observe their reaction. Genuine friends will adjust, showing interest in your life. Those who are using you will likely fade away. Both outcomes bring clarity, allowing you to invest your energy where it is truly appreciated. 2. Never being available. When you need help or support. Friendship is a two-way street. While it's natural for one person to need more support at times, the overall balance should reflect mutual care. A friend who is consistently unavailable when you need help, yet expects you to be their rock, is demonstrating a concerning lack of reciprocity. Picture this scenario. You've been there for a friend through their tough breakup, offering a listening ear and advice late into the night. Months later, when you're struggling at work and reach out, they're too busy or dismissive of your struggles. Over time, these repeated absences erode trust and make you feel unvalued. In Stoic philosophy, relationships should foster harmony and growth. If someone constantly takes without giving back, they disrupt this balance. This doesn't mean expecting tit-for-tat gestures, but recognizing that a true friend will show up when it matters, even if it's inconvenient for them. Address the issue with quiet courage. Instead of making accusations, share how you feel. For example, "I've noticed I'm often there for you, but when I need help, it feels like you're unavailable. Can we talk about this?" Their response will reveal the depth of their care for you. If the imbalance persists, take solace in the wisdom that not all friendships are meant to last. Invest your energy in those who genuinely support you, remembering that you deserve relationships that uplift, not drain, your spirit. 3. Frequently cancelling plans, unless it's convenient for them. We all lead busy lives, and plans occasionally fall through. However, if a friend consistently cancels on you, unless it suits their convenience, it signals a lack of respect for your time and the relationship. Consider this. You've planned a coffee date, rearranged your schedule, and looked forward to catching up. Hours before meeting, they cancel, citing vague reasons or suggesting rescheduling at a time more convenient for them. This becomes a pattern, with them dictating the terms of your interactions. Over time, it feels as though your time and effort are inconsequential to them. A Stoic approach to such behavior involves recognizing what this says about their values. Actions, not words, reveal true character. If a friend repeatedly prioritizes their convenience over your shared commitments, they may not value the friendship as you do. Address the issue with calm firmness. Mention the pattern and how it affects you. "I've noticed plans are often cancelled, and it feels like my time isn't valued. Can we find a way to make our meetups work for both of us?" A genuine friend will acknowledge this and work to improve. Should they continue to prioritize convenience over commitment, take it as a sign to focus your time on relationships that respect and value you. Life is too short to waste on those who fail to recognize the importance of shared time and connection. 4. Manipulating you into feeling guilty to meet their demands. A true friend respects your choices and boundaries. However, someone who uses guilt to manipulate you into meeting their demands is exploiting your kindness. Guilt tripping is a subtle yet potent form of control that preys on your sense of obligation. Imagine this scenario. You've declined a favor because you're stretched too thin, but your friend responds with statements like, "I thought you were the one person I could count on," or, "If you really cared, you'd help me." These words aren't a genuine appeal. They're a tool to coerce you into compliance while disregarding your feelings or capacity. Stoic wisdom teaches us to separate what is in our control from what isn't. You cannot control someone else's attempt to manipulate, but you can control how you respond. Recognize that guilt-tripping reflects their insecurity or self-centeredness. It is not a reflection of your worth or loyalty. When confronted with guilt-driven demands, pause and reflect. Are you saying yes because you want to, or because you feel coerced? Politely but firmly assert your boundaries. I care about you, but I can't help this time. I hope you understand. A genuine friend will respect your limits. A manipulator may persist or react negatively, revealing their true intentions. Remember, your time and energy are precious. Stoicism reminds us to act in alignment with reason and integrity, not out of fear or guilt. By standing firm, you protect your sense of self and encourage healthier dynamics in all your relationships. 5. Borrowing money or items and never returning them. Lending a hand or a few dollars is a natural part of friendships. But when a friend repeatedly borrows money or items without returning them, it signals a deeper issue, a lack of respect for your trust and resources. Picture this: a friend frequently forgets to pay you back after borrowing money or holds on to things you've lent them indefinitely despite reminders. Over time, this pattern erodes trust and leaves you feeling used. While occasional forgetfulness is human, repeated occurrences suggest carelessness or entitlement. A Stoic approach involves managing your expectations. Marcus Aurelius advised us to act virtuously without expecting the same in return. However, there is wisdom in protecting yourself from exploitation. Lending something with the expectation of never seeing it again can be freeing. It eliminates disappointment. That said, if the borrowing becomes a habit, it's crucial to address it. Communicate openly, yet calmly. I've noticed that when I lend you things, they don't always come back. Let's make sure this doesn't become a pattern. Observe their response. A genuine friend will apologize and make amends, while someone who is using you may become defensive or dismissive. In the future, consider limiting what you lend or setting clear terms. Protecting your resources doesn't make you selfish. It shows you value your own well-being. A wise person understands that trust, once broken, must be rebuilt with actions, not empty promises. 6. Taking credit for your ideas or accomplishments. True friends celebrate your achievements and acknowledge your contributions. However, some people subtly steal the spotlight, taking credit for your ideas or accomplishments. This behavior not only undermines your efforts, but also reveals their insecurity. Imagine working on a project together, pouring your heart into it, only for your friend to present it as their own during a meeting. Or perhaps you shared a creative idea in confidence, only to hear them recount it as their original thought in a group setting. While they may excuse it as harmless, it chips away at the trust in your relationship. Stoicism teaches us to remain indifferent to external validation and focus on internal integrity. While accolades are gratifying, they should never define your self-worth. Still, it's essential to address disrespect when it arises to preserve healthy dynamics. Call out the behavior tactfully. I noticed you mentioned the idea we discussed, but it wasn't clear it was something we worked on together. Watch their reaction. A true friend will acknowledge the oversight and correct it. Someone using you may downplay or justify their actions. Going forward, protect your ideas by setting boundaries. Share sensitive information selectively and clarify your expectations up front. Remember, recognition from others may fade, but the wisdom of acting with integrity remains. Value yourself enough to demand respect and seek friends who honor your efforts and contributions without envy or deceit. 7. Exploiting your skills or resources without reciprocation. A friendship should be a balance of giving and receiving, but some friends use your unique skills or resources for their own benefit without offering anything in return. While helping out occasionally is normal, constant exploitation indicates a lack of respect for your time and talents. Consider this. A friend frequently asks for free graphic design help, access to your network, or advice in your area of expertise. While they're quick to call when they need something, they rarely show interest in your life or offer to help in return. Over time, you begin to feel like a service provider rather than a valued friend. Stoic philosophy emphasizes the value of reciprocity in relationships. Epictetus reminds us to focus on what aligns with our values. If a friendship feels transactional, it may be time to reevaluate whether it reflects your principles. Helping others is virtuous, but not at the cost of being taken for granted. Set boundaries with clarity and grace. Politely decline unnecessary requests. I'd love to help, but I'm focusing on my own commitments right now. Observe how they respond. A true friend will understand and respect your time. Someone using you may push back or guilt trip you. Seek relationships where your generosity is matched by genuine appreciation and reciprocity. Your skills and resources are valuable, and a wise person shares them with those who respect and honor their worth. 8. Using you as an emotional dumping ground. Sharing emotions is a cornerstone of deep friendships, but it becomes problematic when one friend offloads their struggles while disregarding the other's feelings. If a friend consistently uses you as an emotional dumping ground, they may be taking advantage of your empathy. Imagine a friend who calls you after every argument with their partner, venting for hours without pausing to ask how you're doing. When you try to share your struggles, they quickly steer the conversation back to themselves or dismiss your concerns. Over time, this one-sided emotional exchange leaves you feeling drained and unimportant. Stoicism encourages us to remain calm in the face of others' emotions, but it also reminds us to protect our own peace. You can't pour from an empty cup. If a friendship becomes an emotional burden, it's time to set limits. Gently bring up the imbalance. I value our talks, but I've noticed we mostly focus on your challenges. I'd love for us to support each other more evenly. A genuine friend will appreciate this and adjust their behavior. If not, consider how much energy you want to invest in the relationship. Prioritize your emotional well-being by seeking friendships where support flows both ways. A wise person knows that true connection involves listening as much as sharing and values relationships that nourish rather than deplete their spirit. 9. Being excessively competitive or jealous. Healthy friendships celebrate mutual success, but when a friend is overly competitive or subtly jealous, it undermines the relationship. This behavior often manifests as backhanded compliments, subtle one-upmanship, or minimizing your achievements. Picture this. You share exciting news about a promotion, only for your friend to respond with, "That's great, but my new role has way more perks." Or perhaps they point out minor flaws in your accomplishments like, "Congrats on your marathon. I bet you'd do even better if you trained like I do." These comments leave you feeling deflated instead of celebrated. Stoicism teaches us to focus on our own progress and not compare ourselves to others. However, it also emphasizes the importance of surrounding ourselves with people who uplift us. A competitive or jealous friend often projects their insecurities, creating an environment that stifles rather than supports. Address the behavior calmly. I've noticed that when I share my successes, the conversation shifts to comparisons. I value your input, but I'd also love to feel celebrated. A true friend will acknowledge this and make an effort to change. Seek friends who share your joys and motivate you to grow. True strength lies in fostering relationships that encourage collaboration and mutual respect, not competition. 10. Showing a lack of interest in your life. Friendship is a shared journey, but when a friend shows little interest in your life unless it benefits them, it reflects a lack of genuine care. This behavior often manifests as shallow conversations, forgetfulness about important details, or steering discussions toward their needs. Imagine sharing exciting news about a personal milestone only for your friend to reply with a distracted, "That's nice," before launching into their own stories. Or worse, they only seem engaged when they need something from you. Over time, this disregard for your experiences can make the relationship feel hollow. A Stoic perspective encourages self-respect and the pursuit of meaningful connections. Marcus Aurelius advised focusing on what enriches our lives and letting go of what doesn't. If a friend consistently shows disinterest, ask yourself whether their presence aligns with your values. Raise the issue tactfully. I've noticed that we don't talk much about what's happening in my life. I'd love for us to connect more deeply. Their response will reveal their true investment in the friendship. Invest your energy in relationships where mutual interest and care are evident. Surround yourself with friends who not only hear you but truly listen, for such connections are the foundation of a fulfilling life. A wise person values relationships that honor both parties, fostering growth and connection in equal measure. Solutions and how to handle the situation. Recognizing subtle signs of being used is the first step, but addressing these behaviors requires courage, clarity, and self-respect. Friendships are meant to nurture and uplift, not drain your energy or diminish your worth. Here are constructive ways to handle these situations while preserving your peace and dignity. 1. Recognize patterns and reflect on the relationship's balance. Begin by observing the dynamics of the relationship. Is it consistently one-sided, with you giving more than you receive? Are you left feeling unappreciated or invisible? Reflection, a key Stoic practice, helps you detach from emotions and assess the situation rationally. Journaling your experiences can bring clarity and highlight recurring patterns that might have gone unnoticed. 2. Set clear boundaries and communicate openly. Boundaries are essential for healthy relationships. Politely but firmly communicate your feelings and needs. For example, if a friend frequently cancels plans, say, "I value our time together and would appreciate more commitment to our meetups." Setting boundaries doesn't make you unkind, it shows you respect yourself. 3. Test the friendship. If you're unsure of their intentions, test the relationship by asking for support. A genuine friend will rise to the occasion, while someone using you may find excuses or deflect. For instance, ask for help with a task you typically handle for them and observe their reaction. This small test often reveals the true depth of their care. 4. Practice self-care and redirect your energy. Focusing on yourself is not selfish, it's essential. Engage in hobbies, pursue personal goals, and build connections with those who truly value you. Surrounding yourself with supportive, positive people will naturally help you distance yourself from toxic dynamics. Remember, a wise person prioritizes their well-being and avoids relationships that drain their spirit. 5. Seek support if needed. If these situations weigh heavily on you, seek counsel from trusted friends or a professional. Sometimes, an objective perspective can provide insight and strength. Discussing your feelings openly can help you make decisions with clarity and confidence. By addressing these issues with calm resolve and self-respect, you honor your own worth. Stoicism teaches us to act with integrity and align our actions with our values. You have the power to choose relationships that reflect mutual respect and care, creating space for those who truly deserve a place in your life. Friendships are among the most enriching parts of life, but only when they are built on respect, trust, and reciprocity. Recognizing the subtle ways someone might be using you is not about fostering suspicion, but about ensuring your relationships are healthy and balanced. As you navigate these dynamics, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. Focus on what you can control: your actions, your boundaries, and your choices. Let go of relationships that undermine your peace and invest in those that uplift and inspire you. By valuing yourself, you naturally attract connections that reflect that value. Ultimately, the strength of a friendship lies not in its longevity, but in its quality. Prioritize relationships that honor mutual growth, kindness, and respect. True friends will celebrate your successes, support you in struggles, and cherish you for who you are, not for what you can provide. A wise life is one surrounded by meaningful connections, and you deserve nothing less. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and insights. Your support helps us create content that inspires and empowers. We'd love to hear your thoughts. Have you experienced any of these subtle signs in your friendships? Share your takeaways or personal stories in the comments below. Let's keep the conversation going and help each other build stronger, healthier connections. 10 terrible signs. You're ignoring your own needs and how to deal with this problem. Do you often feel drained, unfulfilled, or like something is missing in your life? You may be ignoring your own needs, a quiet habit that can lead to significant emotional, physical, and mental burnout. It's easy to fall into this pattern, especially when life's demands pull you in different directions. But neglecting yourself comes at a cost, and that cost often shows up as exhaustion, resentment, or a loss of joy. Ignoring your needs doesn't always happen deliberately. It's subtle. You tell yourself, "I'll rest after this one last task," or "It's fine, I can handle it." Before long, these small choices add up and you find yourself disconnected from what truly matters to you. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what we can control: our choices, actions, and well-being. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By neglecting your needs, you surrender this power, letting external pressures dictate your life. This video isn't about self-indulgence, it's about self-respect. Taking care of yourself isn't selfish, it's essential. As Seneca said, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Recognizing the signs of neglect and reclaiming your sense of self can lead to a more balanced, fulfilling life. In the next sections, we'll explore 10 terrible signs that you might be ignoring your own needs and how to address them. With each point, we'll draw on Stoic wisdom to guide you toward a life of harmony and self-awareness. Let's dive in with the calm and clarity the Stoics cherished, ready to face the truth with courage and wisdom. 1. Constantly prioritizing others over yourself. Do you find yourself always putting others' needs ahead of your own? Whether it's family, friends, or co-workers, you might be giving so much that you leave little time or energy for yourself. This behavior often stems from a desire to help or avoid disappointing others, but over time, it can drain you emotionally and physically. Imagine this: a colleague asks for help on a project, and you say yes, even though your own workload is already overwhelming. Or a friend constantly calls on you for support, yet you rarely share your own struggles. While generosity is virtuous, an unbalanced approach leaves you depleted and unfulfilled. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of balance and self-control. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." Being good includes honoring your own limits. If you give endlessly to others at the expense of your well-being, you risk becoming resentful and ineffective in your relationships. The key is to prioritize without guilt. Ask yourself, am I saying yes out of obligation or because I truly want to help? Recognize that you cannot pour from an empty cup. Set boundaries by politely declining when necessary. "I'd love to help, but I need to focus on my own responsibilities right now. By respecting your needs, you ensure that the energy you give to others comes from a place of abundance, not depletion. A wise person understands that tending to their well-being is not selfish. It's the foundation for meaningful and balanced relationships. Prioritize yourself as part of your commitment to living a virtuous, harmonious life. 2. Feeling drained without knowing why. Do you wake up tired or go through your day feeling drained, yet you can't pinpoint why? This exhaustion often stems from neglecting your own needs. When you constantly give your time, energy, and attention to others without replenishing yourself, your body and mind start to protest. Imagine agreeing to every obligation, helping a co-worker finish their project, attending social events out of obligation, or staying up late to manage household chores. You keep telling yourself it's fine, but each day feels harder and you can't seem to recover. This chronic fatigue isn't just physical, it's emotional and mental too. The Stoics remind us to take responsibility for what we can control. Marcus Aurelius said, "If you are distressed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it, and this you have the power to revoke at any moment." Feeling drained is often a sign that you've overestimated the importance of external obligations while undervaluing your own well-being. Pause and reflect on your daily habits. Are you saying yes to too many things? Are you giving yourself time to rest, reflect, and recharge? Start by setting small boundaries. Block out time for yourself on your calendar and treat it as non-negotiable. Say no to requests that don't align with your priorities. Energy is a finite resource. A wise person uses it wisely, ensuring they have enough to sustain themselves before offering it to others. By addressing the root causes of your fatigue, you not only regain your strength, but also your clarity and purpose. 3. Ignoring physical and mental health. Your body and mind are your greatest assets, yet ignoring your health is one of the most common ways people neglect their needs. Skipping meals, avoiding exercise, or brushing off stress and anxiety can seem harmless in the short term, but over time, these habits can take a serious toll. Picture this. You skip breakfast because you're running late, spend hours hunched over your desk without a break, and then collapse onto the couch at the end of the day, too tired to do anything but scroll on your phone. Days turn into weeks, and you start to notice your energy, mood, and focus deteriorating. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of discipline and care for the self. As Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Ignoring your health often reflects a mindset that prioritizes external demands over internal harmony. The Stoics believed in living in alignment with nature, which includes respecting your body's natural needs for nourishment, movement, and rest. To reclaim your health, start small. Prepare nourishing meals, prioritize regular movement, even if it's a short walk, and take breaks to clear your mind. Address mental health by practicing mindfulness or journaling to process your emotions. These simple acts can have profound effects on your overall well-being. A wise person knows that caring for the body and mind is essential to living a fulfilling life. When you prioritize your health, you align with the Stoic principle of living in harmony with nature, setting the foundation for strength and resilience. 4. Resentment towards others. Do you find yourself feeling bitter or resentful toward people you care about? This resentment often arises when you give too much of yourself without receiving the same level of care or consideration in return. It's a clear sign that your boundaries are being crossed, and perhaps that you've let them go unchecked. For example, you constantly help a friend who is struggling, but when you need support, they're unavailable. Or you take on extra work to help a colleague, only to feel overlooked when recognition is given. These moments of imbalance create frustration and emotional fatigue. Stoicism teaches us to focus on what is within our control. Epictetus said, "Make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens." You cannot control how others act, but you can control your willingness to accept or reject these dynamics. Resentment often signals that it's time to re-evaluate your boundaries. Address this feeling with honest reflection. Ask yourself, have I communicated my needs clearly? Often, others are unaware of how their actions or inactions affect you. Practice expressing your feelings calmly and constructively. I've noticed that I've been giving a lot of support lately, and I could use some in return. Resentment is a sign that something in the relationship dynamic needs adjustment. By addressing it with courage and clarity, you create space for healthier, more balanced connections while preserving your peace and energy. A wise person knows that mutual respect begins with self-respect. 5. Difficulty. Saying no. Do you often find yourself agreeing to things you don't want to do simply because you're afraid of disappointing others? Difficulty saying no is one of the clearest signs you're ignoring your own needs. By constantly putting others first, you may inadvertently create a cycle where your priorities are always last. Picture this. A friend asks for help moving, even though you're already exhausted from a long week. You want to say no, but fear they'll feel let down or see you as unreliable. So you agree, despite the toll it takes on you. Over time, this pattern leaves you feeling drained and undervalued. Stoicism teaches the importance of asserting control over your own actions. Epictetus reminds us, "He who is free is the one who lives as he wishes, neither constrained nor restrained." True freedom means setting boundaries and recognizing that saying no to others is often saying yes to yourself. Practice saying no with grace. Start small. I'd love to help, but I need to rest and recharge. By framing your response positively and without apology, you communicate respect for both your needs and the other person's request. Remember, your time and energy are precious. A wise person prioritizes them for what truly aligns with their values, understanding that no one else will safeguard their well-being if they don't. 6. Feeling unappreciated. Do you ever feel like your efforts go unnoticed or unacknowledged, no matter how much you give? Constantly giving without receiving appreciation is a subtle yet damaging sign you're ignoring your own needs. It can leave you feeling invisible and undervalued in your relationships. For example, you regularly go out of your way to help others, staying late at work, cooking for your family, or supporting a friend through tough times. Yet, when it comes to recognition, you're met with silence or worse, taken for granted. This imbalance erodes your sense of worth and creates feelings of frustration and sadness. Stoicism emphasizes that true contentment must come from within, not from external validation. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Receive without pride, let go without attachment." While appreciation from others is gratifying, it should not be the sole measure of your value. If you're feeling unappreciated, start by expressing your feelings openly but calmly. I've been doing a lot lately, and it would mean a lot to hear a simple thank you. At the same time, reflect on whether you're overextending yourself in areas where recognition is unlikely. Redirect your energy to relationships and activities that offer mutual respect and value. A wise person knows their worth and ensures that their efforts are balanced by respect and appreciation. By addressing this imbalance, you nurture healthier dynamics and protect your sense of self. 7. Loss of passion or joy. When was the last time you felt excited or joyful about something? If you've lost interest in activities that once brought you happiness, it may be a sign that you're neglecting your own needs. Overcommitting to responsibilities often leaves no room for the things that ignite your passion and feed your soul. Think of the hobbies or activities you once loved: painting, hiking, reading, or spending time with friends. Now, these pursuits feel like distant memories because your time is consumed by obligations. Even when you have a free moment, you might feel too tired or disconnected to engage in what you love. Stoicism teaches us to align our actions with our values. Seneca said, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future." When you lose touch with what brings you joy, you lose a part of yourself. Rekindle your passions by intentionally carving out time for them. Start small. Spend 15 minutes doing something that used to excite you. Protect this time as you would a commitment to someone else. Gradually, you'll reconnect with the things that make life meaningful. Joy and passion are essential for a fulfilling life. A wise person recognizes that tending to their inner fire isn't a luxury. It's a necessity for living with purpose and harmony. 8. Difficulty expressing your needs. Do you often hesitate to ask for what you need, fearing you'll seem selfish or burdensome? Struggling to express your needs is a clear sign you're neglecting yourself. It leaves you feeling unsupported and reinforces the idea that your feelings and desires are less important than others. Imagine needing a break after a long day, but staying silent while your partner or family continues to demand your attention. Or perhaps you're overwhelmed at work, but avoid telling your manager because you don't want to appear incapable. These small moments of silence accumulate, leading to frustration and burnout. Stoicism teaches us the importance of self-respect and clear communication. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't be overheard complaining. We are masters of enduring." But enduring doesn't mean suffering in silence. It means calmly and wisely asserting what is necessary for your well-being. Begin by identifying what you need, whether it's rest, help, or space, and practice articulating it simply. "I'm feeling overwhelmed and need some time to recharge." The act of asking for support isn't weakness. It's a strength that fosters understanding and balance in relationships. A wise person understands that their needs are just as valid as anyone else's. By expressing them openly and confidently, you create a life that honors your well-being and encourages mutual respect in your relationships. 9. Over-reliance on external validation. Do you find yourself seeking approval from others rather than trusting your own judgment? Depending on external validation is a subtle way of ignoring your needs because it prioritizes others' opinions over your own inner compass. Picture this: you achieve something significant but don't feel satisfied until others acknowledge it. Or you constantly adjust your choices to match what others expect, even if it conflicts with your true desires. This reliance on external approval can make you feel unsteady and disconnected from your authentic self. Epictetus taught that true contentment comes from within. Seek not the good in external things, seek it in yourselves. When you rely on validation from others, you give away the power to determine your own happiness and worth. Start by practicing self-affirmation. Before seeking approval from others, ask yourself, am I proud of this decision? Does it align with my values? Over time, cultivate the confidence to stand by your choices without needing outside reassurance. A wise person measures their worth by their own principles, not the fleeting opinions of others. By trusting yourself, you strengthen your foundation and free yourself from the constant need for external validation. 10. Feeling disconnected from yourself. Do you ever feel like you've lost touch with who you are? When life becomes a series of obligations and external demands, it's easy to forget what makes you feel fulfilled, joyful, or at peace. This disconnection from yourself is often the result of prolonged neglect of your needs. Imagine struggling to answer a simple question: what makes you happy? You've spent so much time meeting others' expectations that your own desires feel unfamiliar. You might notice a vague sense of emptiness or a longing for something undefined. Stoicism emphasizes self-awareness as a cornerstone of a meaningful life. Seneca said, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself." Adversity in this sense includes the inner challenges of self-discovery. Facing these truths, though uncomfortable, is necessary to reconnect with your essence. Reclaim your connection to yourself by creating space for introspection. Spend time alone, journal your thoughts, or meditate to explore what truly matters to you. Ask questions like, "What brings me joy?" and "What do I want from life?" These moments of reflection help you rediscover your inner compass. A wise person nurtures their relationship with themselves, understanding that self-connection is the foundation for a purposeful and fulfilling life. By listening to your inner voice, you realign with what truly matters and take the first step toward living authentically. Solutions: how to start meeting your needs. Ignoring your own needs can feel like a deeply ingrained habit, but it's never too late to reclaim your well-being. The Stoics teach us that self-mastery begins with awareness and deliberate action. Here are practical steps to help you prioritize your needs and create a more balanced, fulfilling life. 1. Practice self-awareness. The first step to change is recognizing the problem. Reflect on areas where you've been neglecting yourself. Ask, "What do I truly need, and where have I been falling short?" Journaling can be a powerful tool for uncovering patterns and reconnecting with your inner self. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if thou wilt ever dig." 2. Set and maintain boundaries. Learn to say no without guilt. Recognize that by protecting your time and energy, you are honoring your own value. For example, if a request doesn't align with your priorities or capacity, respond with, "I can't commit to this right now, but I hope it works out for you." Boundaries are not selfish. They are essential for self-respect and sustainable relationships. 3. Schedule time for yourself. Treat self-care as a priority, not an afterthought. Block out time for rest, hobbies, or simple pleasures, and guard it as you would an important meeting. For instance, dedicate a morning each week to an activity that recharges you, like reading, walking, or meditating. This practice reinforces the Stoic ideal of living in harmony with nature and your inner self. 4. Communicate your needs. Expressing your needs isn't selfish, it's an act of self-respect. Practice clear, direct communication. "I'm feeling overwhelmed and need a moment to regroup." This clarity not only helps others understand you, but also strengthens your confidence in prioritizing yourself. 5. Reconnect with your passions. Rediscover the activities and pursuits that bring you joy. Whether it's painting, dancing, or spending time in nature, make space for what energizes and fulfills you. As Seneca advised, true happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. Embrace what makes you feel alive in the here and now. Your needs are not secondary, they are fundamental. Ignoring them might seem like a small sacrifice for the sake of others, but over time, it erodes your happiness, health, and sense of self. The good news is that you have the power to change this dynamic. As the Stoics teach, living a virtuous life requires balance, self-awareness, and intention. By recognizing the signs of neglect and taking deliberate steps to prioritize your well-being, you honor your value and reclaim your peace. You become not only a better friend, partner, and colleague, but also a stronger, more resilient individual. Take a moment today to reflect on your own needs. Commit to treating yourself with the same kindness and care you extend to others. True strength lies in living with harmony, and that harmony begins with you. Remember, as Marcus Aurelius said, dwell on the beauty of life, watch the stars and see yourself running with them. Reconnect with your own light and let it guide you to a life of balance and fulfillment. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and actionable insights to help you live a balanced and fulfilling life. Your support means everything and helps us continue creating meaningful content. We'd also love to hear from you. What resonated with you the most? Have you noticed any of these signs in your own life? Share your thoughts, experiences, or takeaways in the comments below. Let's start a conversation and support each other in prioritizing our well-being. 10 alarming signs. You're losing yourself in a relationship and how to deal with this problem. Do you feel like you've lost touch with who you are since entering your relationship? It's a subtle process. Compromises here, small sacrifices there, and before you know it, you barely recognize yourself. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight. It's gradual, often disguised as love or devotion, but it ultimately leaves you feeling disconnected, invisible, and unfulfilled. A healthy relationship should complement your individuality, not diminish it. Yet, in the name of harmony, many of us overextend ourselves, prioritizing our partner's needs while neglecting our own. Stoic philosophy teaches us the value of self-respect and balance. As Epictetus said, freedom is the only worthy goal in life. It is won by disregarding things that lie beyond our control. In relationships, this freedom comes from staying true to your values, even as you grow together with another person. This video will guide you through 10 alarming signs that you might be losing yourself in your relationship. Each point is designed to help you reflect on your current dynamics, identify areas where you may be compromising too much, and find ways to reclaim your sense of self. Remember, losing yourself doesn't mean the relationship is doomed. It's a wake-up call. With awareness and action, you can create a partnership that honors both your individuality and your connection. Let us approach this with the wisdom of the Stoics, calmly, courageously, and with the intention of living in alignment with our true selves. Let's dive in. 1. You've stopped pursuing your interests. One of the first signs that you're losing yourself in a relationship is letting go of the passions and hobbies that once brought you joy. Whether it's painting, exercising, reading, or spending time with friends, these activities often take a back seat as your focus shifts entirely to your partner's needs and preferences. For example, maybe you used to attend a weekly yoga class, but now you skip it because your partner prefers to spend evenings together. Or perhaps you loved gardening, but it no longer feels worth the effort since your partner doesn't share the same enthusiasm. Over time, these small sacrifices add up, and you begin to lose touch with what makes you feel alive. Stoicism teaches us to value what is within our control, our choices and actions. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." By letting go of your passions, you surrender a part of your identity, which diminishes your overall strength and joy. To reclaim this part of yourself, start small. Dedicate even 15 minutes a day to something you love. Let your partner know that these interests are part of what makes you who you are. "I'm going to spend some time on my painting tonight. It's important to me." A healthy relationship will not only allow space for your individuality, but encourage it. Your interests are not just hobbies, they are expressions of who you are. By nurturing them, you not only honor yourself, but also bring a fuller, more vibrant self to your relationship. 2. You constantly seek their approval. Do you find yourself hesitating to make decisions without first consulting your partner? constantly seeking their approval, whether for small choices like what to wear or big decisions about your career, is a sign that you may be losing confidence in your own judgment. Over time, this behavior can lead to dependence, eroding your sense of autonomy. Imagine wanting to pursue a professional opportunity, but instead of trusting your instincts, you delay, worrying about how your partner might feel. Or perhaps you change your plans, outfit, or opinion to align with what you think they'd prefer. While seeking input in a partnership is natural, consistently prioritizing their opinion over your own is not. Stoicism teaches us to live with self-respect and integrity. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." This wisdom applies not only to moral choices, but also to how we honor our own inner compass. Relying too heavily on another's validation weakens the foundation of your self-trust. To counter this, practice making decisions independently. Start small, choose something without asking for their input, then reflect on how it feels to trust yourself. Gradually, you'll rebuild confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. When appropriate, involve your partner in your decisions, but ensure it's a collaboration, not dependence. Approval from your partner should enhance your confidence, not define it. By trusting your judgment, you reclaim your autonomy and strengthen both your relationship and your sense of self. 3. You compromise your values. Have you ever found yourself going along with something that doesn't sit right with you, just to maintain harmony in your relationship? Whether it's agreeing with their views to avoid conflict or participating in activities that conflict with your principles, compromising your values is a troubling sign that you may be losing yourself. For example, you might agree to cut corners in a financial decision because your partner insists it's not a big deal, even though honesty is a core value for you. Or perhaps you stay silent about an issue that matters deeply to you because you fear their disapproval. These moments may feel minor, but they chip away at your integrity and create internal conflict. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of living in alignment with our values. Epictetus reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." When you betray your principles, you lose mastery over your actions, leaving you disconnected from your true self. To address this, reflect on what matters most to you. Write down your core values and consider whether your relationship supports or challenges them. If you find yourself compromising too often, it's time to have an honest conversation with your partner. Express your feelings calmly. "I feel strongly about value, and it's important that we respect that in our relationship." Living true to your values is non-negotiable. A relationship that forces you to compromise your integrity is not a partnership. It's a loss of self. Stand firm in who you are and let your actions reflect the strength of your character. 4. Your social circle has shrunk. Have you noticed that your friendships and family connections have started to fade since entering your relationship? While it's normal for priorities to shift, completely losing touch with your social circle is a red flag that you might be overly focused on your partner at the expense of other meaningful relationships. Perhaps you used to meet friends for coffee regularly, but now you decline invitations, feeling guilty about spending time away from your partner. Or maybe you've stopped calling family as often because your schedule revolves around your relationship. Over time, these decisions isolate you, leaving your partner as your sole source of connection and support. Stoicism teaches us the value of balance in our relationships. Marcus Aurelius said, "We are made for cooperation, like feet, like hands, like eyelids." This cooperation extends beyond romantic relationships to include friends, family, and the broader community. A fulfilling life requires nurturing a variety of connections, not relying solely on one. Rekindle your social circle by reaching out to friends and family intentionally. Schedule regular catch-ups, even if it's just a quick call or a coffee date. Let your partner know that maintaining these relationships is important to you and your overall well-being. A healthy relationship encourages growth in all areas of life, including your social connections. By fostering a strong support network, you enrich your life and avoid the pitfalls of isolation. True strength comes from balancing love for others with love for yourself and your community. 5. You feel overly responsible for their happiness. Do you find yourself constantly trying to keep your partner happy, even at the expense of your own well-being? While supporting each other is a cornerstone of a healthy relationship, feeling overly responsible for your partner's emotions can leave you drained and disconnected from your own needs. Imagine your partner is upset and you drop everything to comfort them, even if it means neglecting an important task or compromising your own peace of mind. Or you find yourself walking on eggshells, constantly trying to anticipate and prevent anything that might upset them. This pattern often leads to burnout as you take on more emotional labor than is fair or sustainable. Stoicism reminds us that we cannot control others, only our own actions and responses. Epictetus said, "It is not events that disturb people, but their judgments about them." Your partner's happiness is ultimately their responsibility, just as yours is yours. Taking this to heart helps create a balanced, healthier dynamic. To address this, practice setting emotional boundaries. Offer support without overextending yourself. "I'm here for you, but I also need to take care of myself right now." Encourage your partner to take ownership of their emotions while ensuring your own needs are met. A strong relationship is a partnership, not a one-sided effort. By sharing the responsibility for emotional well-being, you foster mutual respect and allow each person to grow independently and together. 6. You've lost your independence. Independence is vital in any relationship, yet it's often one of the first things sacrificed when you begin to lose yourself. Over time, you might find that your decisions, goals, and even daily routines revolve entirely around your partner, leaving little room for your own identity. For example, you stop pursuing personal goals because they don't align with your partner's plans, or you avoid making decisions without first consulting them, even for matters that primarily affect you. This level of dependence may seem harmless at first, but it erodes your confidence and creates an unhealthy dynamic. Stoicism teaches us to preserve our autonomy. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." If your independence is compromised, your sense of self, and therefore your happiness, is weakened. Reclaiming your independence starts with small steps. Set goals that are entirely your own, whether it's pursuing a hobby, taking a class, or advancing in your career. Make decisions that prioritize your needs and desires, and communicate with your partner about the importance of maintaining individuality within the relationship. A healthy relationship doesn't stifle independence, it celebrates it. By reclaiming your autonomy, you strengthen both yourself and the partnership, creating a foundation of mutual respect and balance. 7. You avoid conflict at all costs. Conflict is an inevitable part of any relationship, but avoiding it entirely can be a sign that you're losing yourself. When you suppress your feelings or agree with your partner just to maintain peace, you sacrifice your voice and create an imbalance in the relationship. For instance, imagine your partner suggests something you're uncomfortable with, but instead of expressing your concerns, you go along with it to avoid an argument. Or perhaps you hold back your true feelings about a recurring issue, fearing it will cause tension. Over time, these unspoken conflicts build resentment and distance. Stoicism encourages us to face challenges with courage and rationality. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You must build up your life action by action and be content if each one achieves its goal as far as possible." Addressing conflict constructively is one of those necessary actions for a balanced and honest relationship. Start by expressing your concerns calmly and clearly. I feel uncomfortable with this, and I'd like to talk about it. Focus on solutions rather than assigning blame. Healthy conflict can strengthen a relationship by fostering understanding and trust, while avoiding it only deepens the divide. A relationship built on suppressed emotions is fragile. By facing conflict with openness and courage, you not only maintain your sense of self, but also nurture a stronger, more authentic connection with your partner. 8. You're neglecting self-care. Have you stopped prioritizing your own physical, mental, or emotional well-being? When you consistently put your partner's needs above your own, self-care often becomes an afterthought. Over time, this neglect can leave you feeling exhausted, unbalanced, and disconnected from yourself. For example, you skip workouts or healthy meals because your partner's schedule or preferences take precedence. Or you stop carving out alone time because you feel guilty for prioritizing yourself. While it may seem noble to focus on your partner, neglecting self-care depletes your ability to show up fully in the relationship. Stoicism teaches us the importance of nurturing our inner and outer well-being. As Epictetus said, "Take care of your body as if it were a temple." Self-care isn't selfish, it's essential. Without it, you cannot bring your best self to any aspect of life, including your relationship. Start by reclaiming small moments for yourself. Dedicate 20 minutes each day to something that recharges you, whether it's meditating, exercising, or reading. Communicate to your partner that self-care is non-negotiable for your health and happiness. A supportive partner will respect this and encourage you to take time for yourself. Remember, you can't pour from an empty cup. Prioritizing self-care ensures you remain balanced and capable of nurturing both yourself and your relationship. 9. You feel unrecognized or invisible. Do you feel like your thoughts, feelings, and achievements go unnoticed in your relationship? When your partner dominates conversations or dismisses your contributions, it can leave you feeling unappreciated and invisible. For instance, you might share an accomplishment only for your partner to downplay it or quickly shift the focus back to themselves. Or you might express a concern only to feel like your voice isn't being heard. Over time, this dynamic erodes your confidence and makes you question your value in the relationship. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-worth. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Man must consider not only his functions, but what the thing is which forms his judgment." Your value isn't diminished because someone else fails to see it. It is inherent and unwavering. If you feel invisible, address it with honesty and assertiveness. "I feel like my thoughts and feelings aren't being acknowledged, and I'd like us to work on communicating better." A healthy relationship is built on mutual recognition and respect. By ensuring your voice is heard, you reaffirm your worth and create a more balanced dynamic. A wise person knows that recognition begins with self-respect. 10. You don't recognize yourself anymore. Perhaps the most alarming sign that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the feeling that you've become a stranger to yourself. Your goals, passions, and even your personality feel muted or entirely absent, leaving you wondering who you've become. For example, you used to dream of pursuing a certain career, but now that vision feels distant or irrelevant. Or maybe your sense of humor, once vibrant and carefree, has been replaced by constant worry about pleasing your partner. This loss of self can create a deep sense of emptiness. Stoicism teaches us that self-awareness is essential to a meaningful life. Seneca said, "To live is to be mindful." Recognizing when you've strayed from your true self is the first step toward reclaiming your identity. Reconnect with yourself by revisiting your goals, values, and passions. Spend time reflecting on what truly matters to you and take deliberate steps to reintroduce those elements into your life. Communicate your journey to your partner. "I've realized I've lost touch with some parts of myself, and I'd like to focus on rediscovering them." A healthy relationship supports individuality and growth. By rediscovering who you are, you not only strengthen yourself, but also bring greater depth and authenticity to the partnership. As the Stoics remind us, true freedom lies in living authentically and in harmony with our values. Reclaim yourself, and the rest will follow. Solutions: how to reclaim yourself in a relationship. Recognizing that you're losing yourself in a relationship is the first step toward change. The good news is that reclaiming your sense of self doesn't mean ending the relationship. It means rebalancing it. By addressing these patterns with clarity and wisdom, you can create a healthier, more fulfilling dynamic. Here are practical steps to help you realign with your true self. 1. Practice self-reflection. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of personal growth. Reflect on how you've changed since entering the relationship. Ask yourself, what parts of myself have I let go of, and why? Journaling or meditating can help you uncover where you've compromised too much and what you need to reclaim. Stoicism encourages regular introspection. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Look within. Within is the fountain of good, and it will ever bubble up if you will ever dig." By understanding your inner needs, you can begin to realign your life with your values. 2. Set clear boundaries. Healthy relationships thrive on mutual respect and boundaries. Identify areas where you've overextended yourself, whether it's emotional labor, time, or energy, and communicate your limits to your partner. For example, if you've been neglecting your hobbies, let your partner know, "I'd like to dedicate some evenings to my painting. It's something that helps me feel grounded." Boundaries are not walls, they're bridges that foster understanding and respect. 3. Reconnect with your passions. Rediscover activities that make you feel alive, whether it's taking up an old hobby, exploring a new interest, or dedicating time to personal goals. Prioritize these pursuits as essential to your well-being. Seneca's wisdom applies here. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future. By reintroducing joy into your life, you reclaim a vital part of who you are. 4. Strengthen outside relationships. A balanced life includes connections beyond your romantic relationship. Rebuild ties with friends, family, and your community. Schedule regular meetups or calls with loved ones and invest in these relationships as a source of support and fulfillment. As Marcus Aurelius said, "We are made for cooperation." Nurturing your wider circle enhances your sense of belonging and prevents over-reliance on your partner. 5. Foster independence. Regain confidence in your ability to navigate life on your own terms. Set personal goals and make decisions that align with your values, even if they don't directly involve your partner. Independence isn't about separation. It's about maintaining your identity while being part of a partnership. Epictetus reminds us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." True freedom in a relationship comes from standing firm in your individuality. Losing yourself in a relationship doesn't happen overnight, and reclaiming yourself takes time, reflection, and deliberate action. The key is to approach this process with grace and wisdom, understanding that a healthy relationship is one where both partners grow together while maintaining their individuality. Stoic philosophy offers timeless guidance. Live in alignment with your values, nurture your inner self, and embrace the strength that comes from knowing who you are. By practicing self-reflection, setting boundaries, and fostering your passions and independence, you can create a partnership that enhances, not erases, your identity. Remember, as the Stoics teach, balance and self-awareness are essential for a fulfilling life. You deserve a relationship that uplifts and inspires you without compromising your sense of self. Take the first step today and trust that by prioritizing yourself, you'll create a healthier, more authentic connection with both your partner and yourself. If you found this video insightful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more wisdom and guidance on navigating life's challenges. Your support means so much and helps us continue creating meaningful content. We'd love to hear from you. Have you ever felt like you were losing yourself in a relationship? How did you recognize it, and what steps did you take to reclaim your identity? Share your thoughts and takeaways in the comments below. Let's learn from each other and grow together.